Your boy, like and subscribe. I'm gonna probably end up having to break this in two, three parts, or just might not watch it all or whatever, because it's a long video. And I would say it needs no introduction, but let's get into it. But nope, it does need an introduction, just because of how Cooley named the video. And it's a red pill versus blue pill debate, right? Now check this out. I knew it was gonna be a problem for the dating world when I seen how Kevin Samuels got demonized, right? And what I meant is that dude got demonized for one of his best qualities, if not his best quality. He knew how to talk to people. And you're never, and I mean ever, going to get another man to spend that much time online talking to women about who they want to date. You'll never get it. And when he got demonized, I'm like, okay, what is the alternative gonna be for women when it comes to listening to men? Y'all just gonna have to listen to each other. And the reason why I say that is because now Mr. LetGo is being labeled as a blue pill content creator. Okay. If this is who you got as a blue pill guy explaining for women, all is lost for y'all, because and I just talked about this on another video where women got mad at the analogy of being compared to a child when it came to leadership. And I said it's certain people who just flat out compare y'all to children. Well, welcome to the certain people. And I like Aaron because when I went through my little situation with the Lapeef thing, I sent a message to him too. He answered back. You know, we chopped it up about that. I was on a panel with him on IG before with the Michael B. Jordan thing when he ran down on a girl who was talking about him. So me and him, that I'm all right with Aaron. On an internet personal level, he all right. But and I seen a little piece of what he had to say about bro, and I'm like, yo, I remember saying he was reaching, but I don't even really remember what they was talking about. So let's just get it. That's my introduction. That if Aaron Mallory is blue pill, all is lost.
And 6:22 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I got my guy Mr. LetGo in here. Let's see if let me just check the live and see if we are live on both platforms, Facebook and YouTube at the same time.
Matter of fact, while he doing that, let me make sure
Let's check that.
What's your name is public on YouTube.
All right, chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you could hear me. Mr. LetGo, can you say something to see if they could hear you as well?
What's going on, y'all? This is Mr. LetGo, and we about to get on. We got a little smoke. We got to deal with. So yeah.
So put a 1 in the chat if you could hear us both. Put a 2 in the chat if you can't. 1 in the chat if you could hear me clear. 2 in the chat if you can't. And then we're going to go ahead and get into the topic of discussion for today. And I'll let all of you know what the topic will be about. Okay, so we got some 1s in the chat, so we good. All right, man. Welcome to debate night. We got my man Mr. LetGo in here. And what we're pretty much discussing today is a video that I posted on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all over. And it went pretty popular. And my man over here, Mr. Let Go, he did a reaction to it. So I have my point of view in the video, and he has his point of view. So first, what we're gonna do is we're gonna play that video, and it's about parenting. If you guys are wondering, it's about parenting, and you know how the father's role in the daughter's life and stuff like that, and the mother's role and stuff like that. So that's what we're gonna get in today. Hey man, if you in here right now on YouTube,
context,
like the video.
I don't think Cooley got no kids, and Aaron does.
So it goes into the algorithm. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're not subscribed. Stop ninja watching, because a lot of y'all do be ninja watching. Other than that, let me get into my video, and then we're gonna go ahead and get into his response. So 1 second here. Hey, also, I'm sorry about that. Let's make this a little more proper. Mr. Let Go, can you please introduce yourself to my audience?
All right, y'all, this is Mr. Let Go. For those who don't know, I actually coach women and men, but mainly women. That's what I'm known for. I help people deal with dysfunctional emotional attachment styles. And I think we both have somewhat the same type of content to a certain degree. And
right, which goes back to show him labeling this blue pill versus red pill is almost hilarious.
I rock with my guy Cooley, and I've been watching him for a while. But this particular video, I think this is an example of how men not check other men, but hold other men accountable for what they do and what they say, right? So women always hear men trying to hold women accountable. And what I always hear is, well, do men hold other men accountable, right? So this is a situation where I wanted to hold my guy Cooley accountable for what he said in the video, because we hold everybody accountable, whether it's men or women or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So this.
Hey, if you go to my TikTok page, I probably got like 5 videos that I done stitched of Aaron holding him accountable. So, right. And I did it to shout out to my boy Consciously, because he was the first boost. And this is what I was saying in my video to him. He dropped a banger about anti-blackness, but I did it to him, held him accountable for some stuff he was saying. So men do it when it's necessary. We don't just do it because women say do it, but when we feel like it, we do it. Hello, Ken. Yeah, you too. You too. You already know. So yes, men do hold each other accountable. You're the whole men accountable king of the world.
You're a healthy debate.
What about men king? So yeah, men hold men accountable when it's time to. And some of us are like you and hold men accountable when it ain't even time to.
And I think this is important for women to see, because it's always men against women, or you know, women are always wrong or whatever. So in this situation, I looked at Cooley and what he said in the video as being wrong, because at the end of the day, with me, I believe if there's an issue out there, I think it's important to talk about it, whether a woman said it or a man said it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's why we're here, and I appreciate Cooley to have me up here.
Me too. If you said
so, just to give some background, when he did the reaction to my video, some supporters sent it to me. I reached out to him via DM on Instagram, and I said, "Hey man, would love to have you on a debate to discuss our ideas on this topic." He agreed to it, so here we are. Let's get into the video now. So now we're going to play the video where he had points of contention with what I said, or maybe even how I said it. Let's go.
Let's see.
When you brought up daddy issues, what if your dad was present in your life as a kid, but like he didn't pay attention to you at all? He was always like working and busy. I'm a dancer, but I started doing this like later in my life.
Okay, so you were raised with your father, but he wasn't emotionally there, so you still ended up on a stripper pole. But let me ask you a question. Was your father paying for the bills and making sure the lights is on and providing food in the house and stuff like that?
My mom, she was a stay-at-home mom, so she did the grocery shopping,
Exactly.
everything.
You lived in a traditional home, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you still ended up on a stripper pole because the way you perceive things, you don't know how to accept a father's love. The fact that your mom even had the ability to be a stay-at-home mom is the fact that I know that your father was a good father. Because guess what? My mom didn't have that choice. So, one, you need to be grateful. You still was a step ahead of most Americans.
Okay, but you don't.
And no, but listen, and you still ended up on a stripper pole. So this is what I'm saying. You have to take accountability.
Now, if you have to take accountability, you have to take accountability for the fact that you just gloss right over her saying he was always at work and not paying no attention. So him being a good, I just said this yesterday when I was standing on business. You being present isn't always what you just need to be. Like, you're there, but what lesson are you teaching? Like, do you know what's going on? So, like, the good version of what he's saying, like what he's considering good, is good when it comes to providing for the family. But what about when it comes to paying attention to what your daughter's going? Like, just because you pay bills doesn't mean you know how to talk to your daughter. It's a lot of people who pay bills and their parents hate their guts. And vice versa. There's a lot of people who hate their parents. So, like, he glossed over what she was really saying about her dad not paying attention to her. She walked out because she just couldn't have the conversation. But I see why somebody would have a problem with what he said, especially if he don't got no kids.
Okay, audience, that was the video, and now I'm going to play Mr. Let Go response on my video. It's about almost 7 minutes long, but we're going to let it play fully through so you could fully understand his position and his points of contention that he had with my response. I'm going to let that play fully through without any interruptions, and then we're going to stop that video, and then I'm going to give my rebuttal to his video, and then I'm going to give my position. So let me bring this up for y'all, man. Hey, man, and if y'all vibing with this, hey, like the video and subscribe to the YouTube channel. We lit right now, man. Let's go. Let me pull up this other video real quick.
And NoFugaze.
All right, so here is Mr. Let Go response.
Yo, I'm just going to say this. These podcasters, even though y'all can say I'm one of them, but I'm not, really get on my nerves. And this is the reason why. It's a battle of who's right. It's like, no matter what the woman says, it's the quest to hold her accountable. Accountability, accountability. If I hear accountability one more time, I understand what the man is saying, and he is actually right. But that's not even the point. And you can't see the point. You know why? Because you don't have kids. And I don't know the guy, but if he had kids, I'm quite sure he would not have this way of thinking. See, the thing about it is, this young lady has childhood trauma, and she had both parents. Sometimes when you have a father and he's working, he's paying all the bills, which is awesome. But if you don't come home and spend time with your children, if you don't go to the PTA meetings every now and then, if you don't sit down with your kids when they have a bad day, as the father, not as the mother, as the father, you literally can be traumatizing your children. Being a father is not just paying bills. I'll say that again. Fatherhood.
I won't go as far as to say you could be traumatizing your kid by doing that, but you could be not giving them and instilling in them the proper guidance that they need, just being a regular human being. Listen. It's a lot of people who get divorced like this. Oh, he works too much and he doesn't pay any attention to me. So imagine if a wife feels like that, you definitely ain't giving your kids no attention either. You're giving your attention to your job. So this is what he's saying, but I ain't gonna go as far as to say it'll traumatize your kid. But you could be not giving them the stuff that they need in life to where life is gonna traumatize their ass because they don't know how to deal with it. So it's not you doing it, but you could have prepared them how to handle it. So no,
it's not
too far, but
paying bills. Fatherhood is fatherhood. See, it's one thing about being a provider, going to work, all that stuff. That's nice. But at the same time, being a husband and being a father is another job in itself. And you cannot turn around and say, well, I pay all the bills. I'll do this. I'll do that. And think your wife and your children are going to be happy with you if you're only paying the bills. That's not how life works. See, the thing about it is, I understand how women feel when they make their videos about all these dudes on these podcasts talking all this mess about women. I understand and feel their pain because I feel the same way. And to a certain degree, I'm a podcaster myself. But guess what? I have 2 daughters and I had a wife. So I know how it feels to be in a household where children are running around acting up or children are running around wanting their daddy and dad is just walking around as a robot. I did my job already. I paid the bills. So I am going to go in a closet and go to sleep until it's time for me to go to work the next day. That's not how it works. I was an active father. Let me tell you something. I worked 2 jobs, not through the whole marriage. And I also helped my kids with their homework every night. Every night I was in charge of giving my kids multiple sex talks because a 12-year-old sex talk is totally different than a 17-year-old sex talk. So I did a sex talk with my kids, depending on their ages, and they were 2 totally different ages. So I had to talk to one kid one way, and I had to talk to another daughter another way. When my kids were little, we played this game called Hooked on Phonics. Some people know what that is, some people don't. I played with my kids on a normal basis. My ex-wife, we sat around looking at TV, watching our kids wrestle and run around the house. It wasn't just, I'm at work and leave me alone. No, I experienced fatherhood. I experienced being a husband. I did not come home from work saying, leave me alone. I just did my job. I pay the bills. Leave me alone. No, taught them how to ride a bike, taught them how to drive a car. The hundreds of hours of driving around in an empty parking lot with each one of my daughters while they're running over curves and everything, because that is a part of fatherhood. Teach your kids how to drive a car. Teach your kids how to ride a bike. Going to your kids' school when there's a problem. I've been to every last one of my kids' schools, both of them, whether it's elementary school, middle school, high school. You know why? Because that is what fatherhood is. It's not just paying some freaking bills. And to see this woman in this video looking for some type of acknowledgement or empathy from the host and get 0 is disgusting. But
you're not wrong.
I can't get mad at him. This dude ain't got no kids. Right. He don't know what fatherhood actually looks like. They're just talking points. They're just talking points. They're just talking points. You know, you get a podcast, you get a whole bunch of strippers on the show, and then you sit around, oh, you're not accountable. You're a 304. You don't know what marriage looks like. They get a whole bunch of young, broken strippers or whatever stars, you know what I'm talking about, on their platform and just berate them all day. But like I said, he is right.
See, and listen, hold on. No. Don't go back and say he is right after you just threw a shot. See, this is where you go left with a person at. You was making your point when you was making your point, but then you just started generally throwing shots at the whole platform. That's where you got an issue now. And then you're going to go back and say, oh, but he's right. No. You just threw a shot at the whole platform. How I'm right now.
Right. But it's not about being right. At some point, as a man, you got to know when to read the room. I understand. You're trying to make a clip. You're trying to go viral. I get it. It's all about money. But at the end of the day, these are still people. I don't care if the woman is a stripper. She's still a person. I don't care what she does. She's still a person. And if she got on there arguing, sounding crazy, then I would be totally with you. Kick her off or whatever. But this woman is being vulnerable and talking to you about how she experienced her dad. And the first thing you wanted to do is tell her how she should experience her dad. And that is not only crazy, but it's irresponsible. She's still a person. Any woman on your podcast or any of y'all podcasts, if she brings up her father and talks about how he wasn't there for her, You do not turn around and say, well, he was there for you. What is wrong with you? You're the problem. No, her dad was the problem. See, emotionally unavailable men think all they
I won't go that far either. I'm going to let him cook himself, but I'm going to just start off before he does this. I'm going to say, I'm not going to go this far to say this.
have to do is pay bills and don't talk to nobody. Don't hug nobody. Don't spend time with nobody. I was there. I know what's important. My kids are grown. My daughters easily tell me what I did right when they was little and what I did wrong when they was little. And that is the thing that a lot of you podcasters don't have. You don't have the insight of the other side, which is the child. All you got to say is, if the father was there, he paid the bills, you're ungrateful. That is irresponsible, sir. This woman most likely was not acknowledged at all by her dad through her entire childhood. And because of that, she was traumatized. And now she's on a stripper pole seeking acknowledgement over and over and over and over and over and over again from every man that actually comes to her environment. See, when a young girl doesn't get acknowledgement from a man that is walking around the house, not even seeing her, not hearing her, guess what happens? She grows up seeking acknowledgement from other men. And sometimes the acknowledgement itself turns into a drug. So she needs acknowledgement from that man, from that man, from this man, from that man. And it never stops. And now she's like an acknowledgement junkie. She needs acknowledgement over and over again. And for you to say this woman is wrong when she experienced her life and you're telling her what she went through, what she experienced, what she seen wasn't true, that has to be the most dismissive shit that I've ever seen. But when you literally tell a woman that what you went through,
I ain't going to say the most dismissive shit ever, but he definitely dismissed it. I watched it.
Didn't happen, and you are ungrateful for how you felt is crazy. But I'm going to stop right here.
Okay, audience, y'all just heard Mr. LetGo response to my video. We played that fully through. That was about 7.5 minutes. Thank y'all for, staying in here and watching. We got about 500 people currently live right now, combined with Facebook and YouTube. So if you're on Facebook, I am going to cut the live stream on Facebook within about 10 minutes. And then I want you to go over to YouTube and to continue to watch this live debate. Because sometimes certain conversations can be a little too touchy for Facebook. But let me get right on into it. So I wrote down exactly what your position was, Mr. LetGo, and I'm just going to repeat it. I wrote it down verbatim of what you said your position was.
I didn't write it down, and I could tell you what his position was. His position was, you don't have no kids, and that's the reason why you just dismissed the role of a father as it was her fault, because Aaron and other fathers understand what they're supposed to be doing for their daughters other than just paying the bills at the house. So that was his position, among other things that I don't agree with.
Have it wrong in any sense, just correct me and let me know, and I'll go ahead and change it. But I want the audience to know, and you to understand as well, that I have your position clear in my head. So your position is that the girl wasn't acknowledged by her father at all through her entire childhood. So because of that, she was traumatized. That's what led her to the stripper pole, seeking further acknowledgement from other men. That's your position on the video, correct?
Possibly, because of course I don't know, but yeah, that was an assumption, of course, because I don't know the girl. Because of course I'm just watching content. So yes, that's
fair. Yep, fair enough. Okay, so I got that right. Okay, so I want to go ahead and start my rebuttal, and then I'll get into my position. But my rebuttal to this is, I 100% disagree with your entire presupposition. I think that your entire presupposition is very one-sided. It isn't a full perspective. And I
absolutely disagree with that, because he was talking as a parent and speaking from the children's perspective too. Like, how could it be one-sided when he just spoke for two different sides of the thing?
Explain why, and then I'll get into a few other points here.
Why.
So one of the things of why I disagree with let's just say what your presupposition is. Your presupposition is exactly what was stated. you're stating that the woman that was the reason why she was on a stripper pole is because her father traumatized her. So the reason why I disagree with the presupposition, because this is a grown woman. She's 31 years old. And also, she's 31 years old, and all women have agency. When you're 31 years old, you're accountable of the choices that you make. And I think that you actually agreed that the woman does need to be accountable as well, correct?
No, I agreed about what you said, not that she needs to be accountable.
Okay.
So I'm agreeing with what you're saying right now, but in the video, I did say I agree with what you said. But the point, because the thing about it is, it's not that I disagreed with what you said. It's about you did not read the room, because there's a certain time and a certain place for empathy, and there's a certain time and a certain place to tell the woman, like, get the hell out of here. Like, you know.
Okay, cool. We'll go into that.
So
we'll go into that in more detail.
What you said, yeah.
Got you. Yeah, and we'll go into that in more detail. So let me just finish up. So the full reason why I disagree with your presupposition is because
I didn't disagree with what he said either. I disagree with him saying it instead of understanding what he should have said.
Your presupposition takes the place that there aren't any gender roles, right? So you're putting all the blame on the father. In this video, the woman clearly stated that her father was working a lot. Working and worked enough to allow the mom the ability to stay at home. Most parents can't do that at all. Most parents don't even have the ability. Well, most men don't even, got to think about it. Only 20% of the population makes $100,000 a year. So most men and women don't have the ability to earn enough money to allow their partner to not work and to nurture the kids. So your presupposition is based off of no gender roles pretty much, because if the man is having his gender role and his gender role was working and providing and protecting the family, what's the woman's gender role? The woman's gender role is nurturing, and that's the part where I'm saying that you totally dismissed, like you totally left out. So I'll get into some other points that I've written down here because there was.
I get what he's trying to say. He's saying, what was the mom doing for her? But he explained it from a father's position.
You talked for about 7 minutes.
Listen, he never mentioned his wife either when he was explaining it. He talked about what he was doing.
So
and there were.
Can I respond to that one point, or you want to keep going?
I'll keep going, and then I'll just keep it in mind. Okay. And then I'll,
yeah,
because it's a few things that you said that I want to give a response to. Okay. It was a lot of things.
I just want to make sure to respond to the general thing. But go ahead.
Okay, and actually, I'll ask you this question: do you believe that there are gender roles? Do you believe in gender roles?
1000%. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
That's
so
literally, I have no idea what you're talking about. Me talking about gender roles. I
know what he's saying. Now you trying to feint. Now you doing that Aaron shit. See, I know you. You can play this game with somebody else, but I know you. You're trying to feint ignorance. What he's saying is, what was the mama doing? Why didn't she learn to not be on the pole from her mama? So even if the daddy was just working, how come her mama didn't do enough to stop her from that? Now, that's what he's saying.
And I'll actually, we can start there then. Okay. Let's start there real quick, and then I'll finish my rebuttal.
Okay.
So I have another question. So if you believe in gender roles, cool. Do you believe that men and women are the same?
No, in no way in the world.
Okay,
no.
Cool. So what I'm saying is that since you do believe in gender roles and you don't believe men and women are the same, then you defeat your own presupposition, because your presupposition is putting all the blame on the father, which you're taking away from the mother's nurturing gender role. So your own answers just defeated your own presupposition. And I'll tell you why. So to explain it in more detail is that a mother's role in the relationship is nurturing. One of the nurturing factors that the mother does is, it could be a multitude of things, but okay, let's say from what let's just talk directly to the video, right? She said that her father was working. And then she went on to say that, oh, well, he wasn't never around, right?
He didn't pay her any attention. That's the specific.
He didn't give her, he wasn't around.
Right.
And yeah, that she said that he wasn't around, and she didn't, her father didn't give her any attention. Okay, fair enough. So then if the man is working, he's doing his gender role. Do you agree?
No, you're doing what he's doing.
Because
This is what you're doing, Cooley. You're doing what you're accusing him of doing. You're saying like what you're falling into the trap, like you're walking down a road. I'm trying to tell you what you're about to do. I haven't seen this, but I know what you're doing. But it's not that slick. It may be slick with him, but it's not slick with me. You're trying to play a word player. Well, it might have worked with him, but me, nah. What you're doing is saying that the dad is doing what he's supposed to do. So how come the mom didn't do what she's supposed to do in terms of giving her daughter that type of confidence? But the thing is, you're explaining this like somebody who don't got no kids, because by your logic, a father has no wisdom for their children. They're just supposed to work and pay the bills, and that's it. Don't ever instill anything into your kids as a man. That's what you're about to say. Like, when I hit this play button, this the path you walking down, thinking you walking him down a lane, but you're going down another lane, and this ain't good.
because the woman,
But I get what you're saying, because I got a video on my TikTok right now of Kevin Samuels talking to a woman. It's got a lot of views on it. Then they're like 100K on and he was talking to a woman about her daddy, and he said a lot about how men feel unappreciated, and then he was like, what about your mama? So I get what you're saying, Cooley, but by your logic, I don't even want to call it that, fam. You're saying that fathers have no wisdom for their kids, just work.
can work too. See,
okay.
You just said by him going to work, is he fulfilling his gender role? As a father, you think that's it? Hell no. That's part of it because of the money and all that, but that's it? No. Oh, no.
That's
so
the
let me
right there.
Got it. So let me finish.
Working itself is not a gender role, but go ahead.
Got it.
Right.
Let me finish, and then because I want to just clear some things up before I get into it, because I think we have a huge disagreement right here. Because when I get into the other stuff, it's gonna be like we're gonna fully like see past one another. So here's what I'm saying. I'll try to make it extremely clear.
It's already
my
clear.
Position is that gender roles are necessary. Gender roles is what leads society, I would say, the best way it should be led. A masculine man protecting and providing. And if he has the capability to do that at a high level, then he would allow the woman to not have to work, right? So then, okay, if the man is out there working and bringing the bread home, the mother's role is then to nurture the kids, right? So my point in this entire video was that I said one thing very clear in the video. I said that she doesn't know how to accept a father's love. The reason why she doesn't know how to accept the father's love is because her mother instilled her worldview of the father into the daughter. I'll repeat. The mother instilled the mother's worldview of the father into the daughter, which then it turned the daughter away from the father. Instead of the mother being nurturing and instilling positive traits of the father, she instilled negative traits of the father. She also explained, this is just backstory. It wasn't in the video, but I'll just say, because this was a podcast, it was a 1.5 minute clip. But she did explain that the mother and the father had issues in a relationship, right? And human beings, all psychologists knows this. Human beings, we all have emotions. Now you're
bringing something else in that I didn't hear. So don't bring something else in that I didn't hear, because if it's more context, you got to understand I didn't hear the context. All I heard is father goes to work, And when he comes home, he does not pay attention to her when he's home. That's all I know about.
Okay, fair enough.
It's
And
relevant,
I'm not bringing that in. What I'm saying
Not
right now
bringing
is
it.
an example. So
Right.
all psychologists knows this fact. Human beings, we all are emotional creatures, men and women. A man shows aggression one way, and a woman shows aggression one way. A man typically shows
What?
aggression in a physical. What?
What?
Okay, I'll repeat.
Can I get into what I was? Because you
Okay,
started.
I'll repeat. Yeah, this is high IQ level conversation right here. I'll repeat though, so you can just understand.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, though.
It does, and I'll explain.
It actually does, but let him cook. I know where he's going with it, but
So men and women
Aaron don't think it's relevant because it's just word salad.
are emotional.
I eat word salad.
Right? So if a man and a woman is in a relationship and they have kids, they are both going to show emotions to the kids sometimes. Okay? So what I'm saying that men show aggression and women show aggression. Men tend to show their aggression in a physical standpoint. Women, yeah, they can show their aggression in a physical standpoint, but they normally show their aggression with innuendo, gossip, and character destruction. That's how women normally show their aggression. So my point is that the mother instilled innuendo. She behaved with her child in an innuendo way, and she instilled her.
We don't know how, just like we don't know how the dad wasn't there for her. We're speculating. It's leading up to saying she just had piece of crap parents.
Worldview of the father into the daughter. That's why she doesn't know how.
I get what he's saying though.
To accept or even appreciate her father working. Do you get what I'm saying?
I got to stop because I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I do, and he could be right about that. We're if you could speculate on what the dad is doing, how come he can't speculate on what the mom is doing? So I'm with him.
Okay. Of course you don't.
Okay, let's stop right here. Because one, if something was said on this podcast that is not in this clip, I don't know anything. So one,
so what?
No.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Can we
go ahead? I'll let you go.
Can we please not add something else to this clip because I don't know. You know, I don't know. I'm responding.
How come I know and I didn't see either one of them?
Responding to the clip itself. So let me just. I'm gonna go backwards. Okay. So.
Pause real quick. I let your clip play for a while and the audience seen it. I just wanted to, I'll make it make sense to you.
Because you're saying crazy shit right now. So, but go ahead.
I don't think he's really saying crazy shit. It's just that you aren't trying to understand his point about what did the mom do.
It may sound crazy to you. I only bring this up because you don't understand men and women intersexual dynamics.
Don't tell me what I don't understand.
How didn't you just understand what I just said?
Let's just have a conversation because you can't tell me what I don't understand.
Okay, well, I just explained something. You don't explain that men and women tend to show their aggression differently?
That can't even be. Look, the bottom line is this.
Every psychologist knows this. I guess you don't know this.
Hold on. When we're with this context, we got to look at things from a contextual standpoint.
Yeah, that's true. But the point that he's not putting two and two together that you're saying that just to say that the mom talked bad about the dad.
A man taking out aggression versus a woman taking out aggression within a household can actually be the same. Out in the streets, yes, different. But as a father taking out aggression versus a mother taking out aggression on the child or versus the other parent, that could be the same.
Absolutely.
That's the first.
What my point
could be worse with
the thing about this is we got to look at this in the context of a mother, father, daughter, not out in the streets. Because now I would agree with you, but we're talking about in the house. And then you said a woman starts to, and let me know if I'm saying it wrong, starts to put out innuendo that would cause the child to go against the father. What the hell does that got to do with the clip? You just making, that's the part I'm saying you're just making up.
Do you want me to answer the question, Cooley? You can, because you don't give it the proper answer. I will for you because he's playing stupid. I've done multiple videos about him on my TikTok with him doing this. This is one of his tactics. He's playing stupid. I don't like when he does it.
Yeah, so I'll repeat my position again. My position is based off of biology, right? Biology and psychology. That's everything that I explained to the girl was from a biological and psychological standpoint. So what I'm saying is,
and not a parental one.
The reason why is in a clip. You even responded to it. You said that it was, well, in the clip, I think you put some sort of a emoji face when the video was playing with what I just said.
That woman a stripper.
Yeah,
that's why you on pole. That's why you're a stripper.
Yeah, but not the stripper point. So when I said that, that's the reason. I said the reason why you don't. I said that's the reason why you don't know how to accept a father's love. So what I just explained was why women and girls tend to not know how to accept a father's love. They can't even see it. You get what I'm saying? And the reason why they can't see it is because men and women show aggression differently, right?
And my question
in the household.
What does aggression have to do with this in particular?
Okay, so she said that, yes. So in the video, she is explaining, should we play? I could play the clip again.
Because what does aggression
play it again real quick.
You said the word aggression. No, and I'm confused why you're using the word aggression. That is out of context.
It's not out of context. The reason why I'm using the word aggression is because it's an emotion, right? And my standpoint is that the woman, the mother, instilled her views of the father into the daughter.
How?
So the mother view of the father was negative.
How? One, how do you know this?
Okay.
And two,
the mother.
Listen, you're going off her words saying that the dad didn't pay no attention to her. He could be right with saying you don't understand what he was saying to you. Maybe you wanted your own type of attention. I don't know if she has brothers and then feel like they pay more attention to or anything. So his point is that there was what you didn't want to hear was that the mom and the dad have problems in the relationship. What she's saying is that the mom and the dad had problems in the relationship, and then the mom had all this time at home with her daughter to talk bad about the dad instead of not taking her personal views of the dad and putting those views to her daughter to now she's older to say her dad didn't pay attention to her, didn't care to her. Because the same thing why you're divorced, Aaron. What does your wife think about you? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you saying? Like, it's something to what he's saying, but he's just word salading his way around it. But I understand.
His view of the father was negative.
How do you know this?
Because she couldn't see it.
Wait, just because somebody can't see it, the mother instilled something?
It's possible.
This is where the problem is right here.
Yeah. No.
How do you know that the woman did this? See, this woman's.
One, she explained it.
In this
clip, explained it.
In this clip, she did not.
In this clip, she explained that the father was working a whole lot, and the father couldn't show any love.
Yeah,
she did say stuff about her mother.
Said nothing about
she
her
said
mother.
that is incorrect. I could play the clip again. She said that her mother did the grocery shopping while the father was working. The mom was a stay-at-home mom.
What?
The mom was a stay-at-home mom.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Right now, what you're doing is adding something that is not there. She literally said, "My
that isn't
mother
adding
did,
anything."
Hold on, let me. She literally said, "My mother did grocery shopping. My mother stayed home. She did not tell you in this clip in particular, not on the podcast, because I don't know. She did not say in this clip that my mother instilled some type of thought process that makes me look at my father differently. She literally said, I see my father for what he literally did. Now, if her mother said something, that's a different conversation because I don't know. So in this clip, she did not say what her mother said or did. All she said was, my mother stayed home and did the grocery shopping.
Yeah.
We get that, but he's talking about him going off saying that the parents had relationship problems. And him knowing how this is why he did this whole breakdown about how men and women handle aggression and emotion. So him knowing how women handle problems with men, he's saying that it's a strong possibility that the mom was talking bad about the dad, and that's possibly why she feels that way about him. He don't know, but it triggered her when he said it. When he said it to her.
You're making up shit.
Real, no, this is real funny.
I don't think he's making up shit. He's speculating, but he's speculating based off information that you didn't want to hear, based on what they had already said to each other, and based off common sense. You know, if your wife don't like you and your daughter don't like you, then something was a connection there. Maybe it's you, and maybe it's both of them too, or maybe it's all of y'all.
So, I'm not saying that her mother ever said that. That's not my point.
You literally just said.
No, I said that her. Not that. I said that. No. Let me please listen to understand and not listen to respond. What I'm saying is
I'm doing both. You said it, so it don't matter if what you want to say. You said it. You literally said it. You implied it. You said that that's what she did to her daughter. Like, this is the road we're down. Don't try to back out now. No, you're down this road.
Yes, man. I'm saying that her mother said once we went off topic, and then I said that her mother did say certain things. In the clip, her mother said that she used to do the grocery shopping while the father would work, and her mother was a stay-at-home mom, right?
That's all she said.
That's all. That's what she talked about her mother.
Right.
My standpoint is that the reason why she can't accept the father's love, it has nothing to do with what she didn't say any of this about her mom. This is what I'm saying. You get it?
So because the reality is, hold on. Before you say thank you, she didn't say any of it about her dad either. So the speculation is there with both of them. She just said he worked all the time and he didn't pay attention to her. She didn't say anything else about him in the home being a bad person.
This is my standpoint.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. It's my
standpoint.
Just made it clear by stating it. What you think he just was making a talking point because he's their psychologist? No, he's just somebody that was talking like you. He was just making a point.
I said that. I said, this is my position.
Right.
Yeah, this is my position.
This is my opinion.
I said, this is my position.
Now you just want
this is my position. Not an opinion. Well, I know more than you.
Because you didn't.
We could get into it afterwards. I know more than you do about this individual, and I also know more than you do about all of this. Exactly, but this is why I'm saying that this is my position.
Okay, we can only talk about the clip. If she said something,
I'm only talking about the clip. I'm not. And once again, I didn't bring anything else. What I'm saying that this is my position. Okay. So my position is that your position, to make it clear again, so the audience can see what we're speaking about, and you can see what we're speaking about. Your position, I repeated it, I said it in the beginning of the podcast. The reason why she ended up on a stripper pole is because her father, what was it? Because
he traumatized her.
Now you're adding.
Okay, here we go. No, not even know. I wrote it down, and you already agreed to it. So I'll say it. Your position is that the girl wasn't acknowledged by her father at all through her entire childhood. So because of that, she was traumatized. So that's why she ended up on a stripper pole seeking acknowledgement from other men.
That's basically what he said.
There's a possibility. See, I don't know why she ended up on a stripper pole. Okay.
Yeah, great, but that's your position, right?
Hold on. Here's the thing. How about I just speak my own position instead of you reading off the paper? I'm sitting right here. I do that.
We watched your video for 7 minutes and I couldn't even get into it.
But I'm sitting here though.
And also in the beginning, I literally read what I just read, and you said yes.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Thank you. The first thing is, do you have kids?
No.
I'll get into that. You're asking me a question that's off topic.
Do you have kids?
So let's
hold the hell up, Cooley. He asked you, do you have kids? You said the question is off topic. We're talking about a daughter feelings about her dad, and you're bringing up her mom, and you having kids is off topic. What the hell topic is what? Is it a different video I've clicked on by accident? What's the topic?
Let me go ahead and
I would like to know if you have kids.
You got a baby.
Okay,
You trying to hide from the world? You trying to hide the world from your kid, Cooley? You got kids. You got a kid you ain't want nobody to know about. You got a maybe baby or some shit.
Get into that. That's
ain't no way you just answered that question like that.
Your position.
That's a direct question, bro. Like, I don't even want to hear no other answer than the answer. Yes or no?
And here's my position, right? So
I'm
your
still
position,
talking, sir. I asked you a question so I can keep talking.
Exactly, man. So I gave you the rules before the podcast started, man, and we both agreed to it. I said that I will play the videos.
Right. And you
then
literally
after I
said
play the,
right now,
so look,
okay, we can
after I
talk
play
about
the videos,
this particular part right now.
Exactly, but I can't even, you're not understanding my position. So I literally have to say it again so you understand it. And once you understand it, then we can move on. If you don't understand it, it's pointless to move on.
I asked you, I said, do you want to talk about the roles of the mother and father, or you want me to wait? You said we can talk about the roles of the mother and father right now. I haven't had a chance to speak on that particular part. So can I speak on that particular part?
Because we went
quiet.
Because we went off topic. We went off topic. It was some confusion. So I wanted to let you know of my position.
It's a simple question. Do you want to talk about the roles of the mother and father, or do you want me to let you finish your soliloquy? Yes or no? Which one?
Okay, let's do this. I'm going to state my position. I already stated your position.
It sounds like to me he wants you to let him finish his soliloquy. Then you can talk about the roles of the mother father.
I'm going to state my position.
Let me state my position. You state your position.
How about this? Great. Let's do it your way. You want to state your position? Go ahead and state it now. Right after that, then I'm going to go ahead and state mine, and then I'm going to get into my rebuttal.
One other question. Did you want to discuss the responsibility of the man and the gender roles? Yes or no?
Yeah, we'll get into that after my rebuttal. Yeah, after my rebuttal, we'll get into it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
go ahead, state your position.
My overall position in this situation is more you than her. All right. That's why I wanted to speak. My position isn't about her. My position is about you. You won. Like I said, I agreed with what you said, but you did not read the room due to the thought process or the assumption that you don't have kids. Because if you have kids, I don't know what type of father you are, because that the way you think is nuts. All right. But I don't know yet, because you refuse to answer the question. So
that's an ad hominem attack, calling someone nuts. Okay, we went over the rules in the beginning. We said it will be no personal attacks. I could make a lot of personal attacks. I'm not going to do, but
attacking you, sir.
You said nuts. No.
I mean, it's kind of an attack, but if you want to be a stickler for the rules. But he did call him nuts, but whatever.
What you said was nuts.
That isn't what you said.
On you, sir.
That is not what you said. You first of all, you just said you don't know what type of father he would be because the way he thinks is nuts. That's a personal attack, Aaron. Stop playing games.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just letting you know, chill out with any ad hominem attacks, because you don't want it to go that way.
Okay, Cooley. If I said what you said was nuts, that is not insulting to you as a person.
Yes, it is. And that's not what you just said. Stop playing. You said the way you think is nuts. And you said you don't know what type of dad he would be because the way he thinks is nuts. Now, he didn't answer the question. So I'm assuming he got a kid that he don't want to tell people about. So now imagine him thinking about his kid. So now, because what his podcast work, he's a bad dad. And you say that's not a personal attack? Aaron Mallory. Play this game with somebody else. I'm not here for it. Now move the conversation along.
You can say
if you are attacking the argument, that's totally fine.
That's what I'm saying.
Fair enough.
What you said was nuts. I'm attacking the argument.
Even if you
don't get emotional, bro. So
you said you are nuts, but I mean, we could rewind the tape back. But go ahead.
Well, if I said you are nuts, my apologies. Your way of thinking is nuts.
That's not what he said. I thought he said.
That's what I said.
I thought he said because the way you
fair enough.
That's what he said.
Okay, so the thing about it is,
dad you are. So that's the attack.
not reading the
Even if
room
you don't got kids,
is
it's an
my
attack on him.
actual issue, not what she said and not what she went through. All right. So you called this woman ungrateful, which was nuts. You see that? You said something which was nuts. You as a person isn't nuts. You said you don't know how to accept the father's love.
Which we can't speculate until her gratefulness state. We don't know if she's grateful or not. So for him to call her ungrateful, we can't. Why do you say she's not? Where's your evidence that she isn't?
Which is
maybe it's not relevant to this conversation, but since you said it, how do you prove she's not?
Nuts also. Because the thing about it is, you don't know what she knows how to do. You just have a woman on her podcast and you're hearing her life experience. And for you to sit here or sit there and literally dismiss her entire life experience when she possibly is looking at you as I would say an adjacent mentor, because of course she's not paying you to be her mentor, but she's probably looking at you as an adjacent mentor, you know, or a brother. And she's literally letting you know how she dealt with her life and partly how she ended up on the stripper pole, because she literally said in the video, I started stripping later on in my life, which means other things happen that caused her to be on the stripper pole, not her dad not being in her life, not her mom doing A, B, and C. Ain't no telling what went on in her life, right? And that is a part of not reading the room. So you sitting there telling this woman that she doesn't know how to accept the father's love is nuts. You telling her she's ungrateful is nuts. And it's always the man's responsibility. So when it comes to the actual responsibility of the man versus the mother, we'll talk about that later, because you want to talk about that later. But that part right there is the meat of this whole situation, because in my opinion, the father, which I actually acknowledged that me being a father, I worked, I provided, I protected, but I also parented. See, parenting is different than protecting and providing. But Black people don't know that, because guess what? Black people don't have no damn parents. So we don't know what the hell parents actually supposed to do.
He said,
we just
my mama didn't have that. So maybe that's why his role of what a man is so general. Because he like, yo, you supposed to work and pay the bills. Yo, you ain't grateful for that. Like, yo, what about him as a father though? Like as an actual parent, like what did you learn from this guy? To get a job and pay the bills? You could have learned that from somebody on the streets. Like, yo, you got to get a job and pay bills if you want to give some respect. If you want to you're going to be homeless out here like me. You can learn that from a homeless person. Yo, you're going to be homeless out here like me. You better do something with your life. You don't need a dad for that if that's the case.
Single mother that, you know, and I'm against single motherhood. So I think any person that is raised by a woman only, most likely, if they don't get therapy, is a screwed up person or has a lot of problems, because we end up getting instilled with the woman's energy and all the things you said. And the difference between other people who raise up under single mothers and the mother instills all kinds of crazy shit in your brain, like you said, to a certain degree, versus her situation, which we can't say that because dad was there. Because one of the things that a child is able to see when a mother
one sec. Hold
on, one last thing.
What's your position though?
One last thing.
Did you already give your position?
One last thing. When a child sees a mother and
why aren't you just listening to what he's saying? He's giving his position.
Father interacting, that can either be traumatizing or that can be the actual thing that is instilled in the child that makes them actually want to like repeat that when they grow up.
Yeah, I get you, man. You repeating things that you said in your rebuttal and your response reaction video.
Good job talking.
It's the same. No, it's cool. It's the same thing. It's pretty much the same thing you already said in your video, your 7-minute long video that I allowed the audience to watch. Yeah, but you just repeated the same thing. So
because
I'll
you got
give,
into some other shit that I had to clear up.
it's real simple, bro. I'll give my position. My position is that the reason why she sees the father like that is because the mother turned her away from her father. So that's why she's seeing the father that way. That's my position. Your position is that
you can't prove that it's some BS though. You can't prove it.
The reason why she sees the father that way is because the father traumatized her.
Yes.
That's your position. Okay, cool. Great. So you're putting all the blame on the father. So this is what I'm saying. So please,
and you're putting all the blame on the mother.
No. Stop. Please listen to understand. Your presupposition does not agree with gender roles. If your presupposition agreed with gender roles, then you know that the mother has a role too. The mother has a.
It doesn't have anything to do with a father. You talking about a gender role. What gender is father? Like, what are you saying? Like, it's a difference between what a man's supposed to do and what a woman is supposed to do and what a father's supposed to do. Like, come on, man.
Role of nurturing. If a father is out there working and grinding and doing things and doing it at a high degree that only a few % of people can do in America to allow the woman to work from home, then obviously the mother should be instilling good traits into the daughter so the daughter can view the father righteously. But the daughter isn't viewing the father righteously. The daughter is viewing the father negatively. She couldn't say any positive thing about the father. When she mentioned the father working all the time, she said, oh yeah, he was working and he never was home. Yes, he was working. The reason why you see it that way, because you're ungrateful. He was working and you can't even see the good things he was doing. He was doing all the things that other people don't even have the ability to do. There are kids starving in the world. I said this in a clip.
Oh my God!
Most people in the world. Most people.
I know you ain't go there.
Okay, man, you cut me off. You spoke. I didn't cut you off. You spoke. I didn't cut you off. I'm speaking now. You cut me.
There's kids starving in the world. I should have said that to King. This reminds me of the standing on business conversation.
Me off. This is why I disagree with your entire presupposition, because it's a contradictory to gender roles. So either you have gender roles,
not though. I don't agree with that.
Or you believe that everything is
I understand why he's saying it, but I don't agree with him. He's wrong about that because he doesn't. He's by his logic, he's saying that men have no wisdom for their children. It's not your role to instill any wisdom into your children as a man. You just pay bills and that's it. If you paying bills to take care of the home, that's good. Don't instill no wisdom into your children. That's the mama's role. This is what he's saying. And I tried this. I spent about 2-3 minutes before he walked down this road because I knew where it was going to end up. And I predicted this moment of the argument. This is why it's so what they're doing right now, because Cooley shouldn't have walked down this road. I tried to stop him. Like, yo, no. What you're doing is this. So they're still saying, I said this 20 minutes ago. You're playing 30 minutes ago. You're putting all of that on the mom, and he's putting all of it on the dad. I said this an hour ago. But by his definition, but it's more dangerous for Cooley because he's saying that the male gender role as a father has no wisdom for their children. And that is absolutely, positively the craziest thing he's ever said. Like, it could have ever said. He's implying it.
Father's role. That's what I'm saying. Your mind frame is based off of, well, it doesn't matter what the mom does. It doesn't matter what the daughter does. It's all on the father. That isn't how gender roles work. There are roles and genders. That's why they're called roles. The man has a role and the woman has a role. So I'll repeat. Now, this is when I'm going to get into everything and I'm going to debunk everything you said. Here we go. I even took notes on all of this. So the first thing. Yeah, you talked for 7 minutes in a reaction video. So I took notes on the 1,000 things you said. Mm-hmm. So here we go. First thing, you said that, one, I have kids. There you go. I have 2 kids. So you thought I wasn't a father, and guess what? I have full custody. I'm the ultimate father. Guess how many fathers don't even see their kids? I raised my kids. I have a daughter. She's 11 years old. You get what I'm saying? So you thought that, oh, this guy, he's a young guy and he doesn't have any guidance in this world, and I'm going to show him my worldview, which I told you your worldview is very small. It doesn't even think. You totally dismissed that a woman has the capability to instill bad traits into the kids. You dismissed that entire fact. Yes, you did. You dismissed it.
Hold on. You didn't totally dismiss it, but when he brung it up, you tried to play stupid. Nah, he didn't. Neither one of them did. Hash. But neither one of them did. But yeah, so you did say that, Aaron.
You blamed everything on the father. You get it? You blame everything on the father. What you do is you pander to women. You're pandering to women. You're pandering to women the entire time.
Can I speak? Because you got this whole paper. Can I say something before you open up your little book?
You went for 7 minutes.
Can I say I'm a guest on your show? Can I be a guest on your show
listen,
and say one thing before you get in your little book?
Yo, I timed it. I only spoke for a minute and a half.
Bro, I just want to say one thing.
But I only spoke for a minute and a half.
Can I say one thing?
I only spoke for a minute and a half, and I let you get 7 minutes. Go ahead, please. I gotta yield again.
That's what a conversation is about, sir. That's one person talks, another person talks.
But right? I gave you the rules, bro. You're not adhering to the rules.
Bro, I just want to say this one thing. One, I want to congratulate you for one, being the custodial parent of your children. All right. Two,
he was married, yo.
I didn't know.
That's really what
but that was an assumption.
He was married.
So
it's okay.
I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't have thought that he had kids either. I wouldn't have thought that he had kids either. So I assumed that too. I said it. I said Cooley probably don't got no kids. And he do. He got 2.
Even though I acted as if you didn't have kids, I'll apologize to you, because one thing I always champion is fatherhood, right?
Which made that little slick remark that he tried to act like wasn't a slick remark even slicker, because he didn't even know that he had kids. So now you literally just took a shot at him as a father based off a talking point online and tried to get slick when he said something to you about it. And now I know why he says something to you about it. And you try to act like you didn't say it when you absolutely did.
I don't want to argue with you in this particular situation. I want to give you your flowers. See, this ain't about no talking points or innuendo. I just want to stop for a second and give you your flowers for literally being the custodial parent of your kids. So that's the only thing I want to say. I just want to compliment you for doing something that most people, not men, aren't doing, because it's the father usually isn't a custodial parent. So whatever you did to do that, and whatever you ever did to maintain that, I commend you for that. But go ahead.
Appreciate your compliment. I mean, it wasn't needed, but I do appreciate it. And I see that you have a kind heart. No, I'm saying that I see that you have a kind heart and you want to give a compliment. Yeah, I know. I see that you have a kind heart. You want to give a compliment.
Stop for a second and see that there are 2 men up here now that are fathers. And now we're on the same playing field, because the thing about it is, you taking care of your children is the most important part of this whole conversation.
Yeah. So let me get on to so I can finish, man. Appreciate the compliment, buddy. So it's a few things you said, and I disagree with once again your entire presupposition, and your presupposition is based off putting all the accountability on the father and not putting no accountability on the mother, which totally refutes you when you said that you believe in gender roles. Because if it's gender roles, then accountability has to be distributed.
Not equally.
It doesn't have to be distributed equally, but it does have to be distributed. So do you know what innuendo means?
You'd rather be here than Texas, bro. I did a video about a dude. This man found out that the kid wasn't his and got put on child support after the DNA test. Like, just because it was a certain amount of time and it was past the rules or whatever, after 5 years, I think it's 5 years. After 5 years, if you don't establish paternity after 5 years, you got to pay. So he took the the paternity test on like his 5th birthday or a little bit after, and then found out it wasn't his, and he still got put on child support and had to pay for like 12 years. Like, man, Texas is the worst of all times.
Yes.
What does it mean? I just want to know, because you said it, but I don't.
Can you just keep with you did the same thing with me. Stay on topic with the paper.
Oh,
remember I asked you.
Maybe you don't know
remember I asked
what I mean.
you if you had kids, and
I
you was
don't
like,
think you know
"We'll
what it
talk
means."
about that later.
Okay,
So,
cool, perfectly fine. So let's just get on to the topic. Okay, cool. So you suggested that a working father should be going to PTA meetings. Then you also said that the kids should be having PTA meetings. You did say that.
I said I went to PTA meetings. I don't. First of all, I don't use the word should because
that's just
wordplay.
That's
what women actually do. Men should do this.
Doing it,
I actually talk in real life. And
you were going to PTA meetings. Fair enough. You were going. I'll grant you that. You said that you were going to PTA meetings and you were doing certain things with your kids and stuff like that.
He suggested
which is cool. My position on that is I'm not saying that men shouldn't be doing certain things with their kids. I'm not saying that a man, if he's a breadwinner and making enough money to allow the woman to be a stay-at-home mom, I'm not saying that he shouldn't just be acknowledging the kids and he shouldn't be going to their appointments and stuff like that. I'm not saying that. My point is, I'm saying that that isn't his role. If he wants to do that, then he can do that. Okay, cool. You want to do some extra stuff? Go ahead and we could call it extra, or let's just say the kind, tender things, the fatherly things to do with the kids.
Fatherly
right?
things to do. Key word, right?
Fatherly things to do. Yeah. I go to my daughter, games and cheerleading games and stuff like that all the time, even though I work and my woman doesn't work at all. But
hold on. From a conversational standpoint,
what I'm saying is I agree with what you said. I'm giving an agreement here.
Now you kind of like understand, just having a quick conversation. Now you see what I'm saying when it comes to the gender roles and the side where you said a father is supposed to be the protector and the provider. According to what you're saying, there's a lot of responsibility past the protecting and providing. There is.
All right. Hold on. I told you not to come down this street, Cooley. You came down here with your kids? Bruh, what? So you now proving his point. He was saying this the whole time. Like, yo, is more to being a father than just paying bills and shit. So now you're saying you pay bills and your woman don't work, but you also go to cheerleading games and you go to practice. What the old original girl in the original video was saying, her dad didn't do none of that shit. So, Cooley, come on, Cooley. I told you what you was
for
doing.
Me and going to your kid's school practice for you.
I said my point, correct. My point, I'm saying for the father, that's not mandatory. The mandatory role of the father is protecting and providing. That's what I'm saying. The other stuff is extra things to do. Okay. So I'm not saying
that's where we disagree.
Okay. Okay, cool. We could say we disagree on that.
Let me stop. Because I'll say that he's right. But my question is, I don't think you understand what protection actually is. What is protection actually? You think it's just when I'm with you? No, it's me telling you how to move to keep yourself from this. Hey, you don't be going over here at certain times with dudes, whatever. It could be this, that, and the third. Man, you don't want to go over here. You ain't got to do that, this, that, and the third. What? So protection goes way past me slapping somebody because they said something to you. No.
So I started off there. I wanted to say that that's a point that you made that I agree with. And in the video, I didn't say that at all anyway, but you made a point there in your response. So I'm just saying that I agree with your response.
You should have.
One of the other points was, let me see here. Let's see. Okay, so a huge point that you made was actually when you said that, where was it? Wrote it down.
Can you read your handwriting? I need them notes. This will move a little smoother. Y'all need a moderator. Where you write it down at?
Oh, here it goes. So one of the points you said that you pretty much you say I'm right. Okay, you say that I'm right in the video. No, because it was a lie. You say that I'm right in the video, but I'm wrong. And the reason, and the point that you said I'm wrong about
You were
is
not able to read the room contextually.
I wasn't able to read the room.
Yeah,
got it, right?
wise. Yeah.
But you said that I wasn't able to read the room, but you also say that I'm right. So reading the room, but I'm also can't read the room, but I'm also right. So that is like facts over feelings.
No,
that's my position. That's what I think. So here's my position here, right? So when you said,
here's the thing about that. He's saying you're right, but he's also saying that you're wrong. He didn't say you were really right. He just didn't challenge everything you were saying. He was saying that it wasn't relevant to the conversation. So it's like your position on gender roles and your position on biology and science. Like you threw that in the middle of the argument when nobody was disagreeing with that. That's what he was saying. So like a lot of the stuff you were saying was factual, but it wasn't relevant. That's what he was trying to tell you. So you were wrong for saying it. It was correct information, but you were wrong for saying it. And it was dismissive of what you should have said. That's what he was trying to tell you. So if you want to call it, I was right, but I was wrong, you can call it that. But that's what he was telling you. You were being dismissive.
That I'm not able to read the room. Yeah, he's right in what he's saying,
but thing is the right information at the wrong time.
He's not able to read the room. He's not able to see things. Well, I totally disagree because you wasn't here when I was recording in the studio. And also, it's always facts over feelings. That's always my standpoint. So despite how you feel, I'm going to give you I'm going to give you facts. I'm going to give you a logical response. That's how I operate, right?
But that's the problem.
And that's actually you could call that a problem. You could call that a problem.
That's
totally
actually
fine.
not reading the room when you're throwing out facts in the wrong situation.
It wasn't throwing out facts in the wrong situation. She asked me. No, she literally asked me a question. She said, "So daddy issues. Okay, so if the father is always working, but he's not really showing, giving the daughter any attention, why do you think that led me to the stripper pole?" That's what she asked me.
Can we play that again?
Aaron gave a completely different answer than you. That's my point. She asked you a question and you didn't answer it.
Because she did not say that.
Told her because she doesn't know how to accept your daddy's love. Like, no, it's because she's seeking it.
Let's just play that part again real quick. Can we play that little part again?
Let's go ahead and play it right from the beginning.
Not my part, but what she said.
Yeah, and I don't have it in verbatim, but let's go ahead and play it just so we have it correctly.
When you brought up daddy issues, what if your dad was present in your life as a kid, but like he didn't pay attention to you at all? He was always like working and busy. I'm a dancer, but I started doing this like later in my life.
Okay.
That part.
So
I started doing this later on in my life, which
got
means
you. So
being on the stripper pole may have been because of something else.
Yeah, and I could speak about that, but that's not in the discussion, so I'm not going to mention it.
No problem.
I'm not even going to mention it because it will defeat the entire argument. So, okay, fair enough. Cool. So my point with all of that, with when you said that, oh, you can't read a room, well, my rebuttal to that, I'm not really looking at the whole feelings.
The chat has something to say about that. It happened later in life because she was just trying to relate. Like, oh, you talking about daddy issues, but I'm ungrateful.
Side of it. I'm looking at the fact side of it. Okay, she's giving a feeling response, and I gave her a genuine perspective response. Okay, you said that your father. I'm still speaking. I'm still speaking. I'm still speaking. I've actually read the room pretty good, and I'm going to tell you why. So she even said in the video, yeah, my father was, I asked her a question. I said, who was your father, working and paying the bill? She said, yes, he was working. And my mom was the one that would do the pick up the groceries. She was a stay-at-home mom. Mm-hmm. She said that she was a stay-at-home mom. So that tells me, what does that say? If the father is working to a high degree, to allow the mother to be a stay-at-home mother, that means that somewhere there's a disconnect on how she is viewing her father, right?
So
because time out. I'm not asking a question. I'm still speaking. This is just how I speak. So one, it's a disconnect on how she's viewing the father. So
now what I'm saying is, and what Aaron's basically saying is, the disconnect may come from her father's lack of communication because he wasn't ever there. So regardless to what the mom had to say, even if they got a divorce, if you love your dad, you'll pick your dad's side. Because even if the dad can do the same thing. So if we picking sides and we just want to call our wife or husband crazy, then you can listen to your daddy calling your mama crazy. And you'll listen to that. So either way.
So, okay, she could view the father. Why isn't she viewing the father and being grateful? Like, well, he was working to a very high degree that allowed my mother to stay at home. That's my point in the video, right? That she couldn't see that. I'm not done yet, bro. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Hold on. Can we have a conversation, sir?
Yeah. But let me finish my position.
Point versus point. I would like to have a conversation right now.
Okay, yeah, let me finish. Yeah, I got you. Let me finish this point, and then we'll get into what you want to get into.
This is a great conversation.
When I ask you a question, listen to what I'll do. When I ask you a question, I'll say, Mr. Let Go.
I just want to have a conversation with you right now because this is a very good conversation.
Good point. I know it is, but I'm almost done. We will. Once I have a question, I'll say, Mr. Let Go. I got you. This is only going to take a minute. You could time me, right?
Okay.
My point that I'm making is that the father was out there working to a high degree that the mother that allowed the mother to stay and working from home. She couldn't see the goodness that the father was doing. So the reason it's a man work. Come on, bro. You're putting in rebuttals. A man working to a high degree that's allowing a woman to be a stay-at-home mom. That's good.
But that's the reason
because most people can't do that.
Cooley,
no, that's good.
That's the reason why I want to have a conversation with you instead of just do point by point. So can we have a conversation about this?
I got a question for you, Mr. Let Go. Okay. Is a man working to a high degree that allows his woman to be a stay-at-home mom not a good thing?
All of this is an assumption because you keep using the word high degree and goodness, okay? Any situation can be like this, all right? A guy can be changing tires at a Firestone and they live in the hood and she doesn't work because their bills aren't that high. So that's the first thing we have to do is understand that just because the man works.
He retired from Firestone. He was literally working at Firestone. But that was back in the day. But it's the same thing, what he's saying.
And the woman stays home does not instantly constitute goodness or high level. We don't know. Because you may know. We don't know because we're going off of this clip. So I'm just going to say the word we just for the sake of conversation. All right. We don't know what the man does. We don't know what type of woman she is. All right. So in my mind, the way I see fatherhood, he is at the top. So even when he's not there, his system is instilled in the wife, and his system is instilled in the daughter, but it's his system, not her system. But sometimes a father just goes to work and does not instill a system. So now the woman is screwing up the daughter, in your opinion, and we don't know that. But the point, what I'm saying is, whether the man is there or not, his job, his responsibility, his fault, we can use the word fault if you want to, he has to instill a certain amount of systematic mindset into the daughter, the mom, the cat, the dog. Everybody in the house must operate under his leadership. So whether he works or whether she works is all the same. So him working and her not working is a part of this, not the entire thing. So it's not goodness that he works, and it's not goodness that she doesn't work, because we don't have enough information to make that part an actual fact.
Well, one, it doesn't matter where the father works. This is what I'm saying. Like, I totally disagree with your entire worldview. How you see the world, I totally disagree with.
I disagree with
and I'll explain why. If a person, it doesn't matter where they work, they can work at you just said, okay, is it even one? It's not even it's a very low probability to be making minimum wage and to have a woman staying at home with the kids while you working. That's a low probability. Usually when you're making a low income, two people have to work. Those are just the facts. You get what I'm saying? Also, I'm not done yet. Also, it's not about where he's working. It's the fact that what is working? Working is sacrificing your time in order to make money. So I'm going to sacrifice my time. I could be doing other things, but I'm going to literally sacrifice all my time to allow you to work and nurture the kids so the kids don't got to go to daycare and other people is going to be instilling other things in my kids. Ooh, that's very high degree. So it doesn't matter it doesn't matter where you work. It doesn't matter where you work. That isn't a problem. Your worldview is very incorrect.
Okay, your worldview is very incorrect. Okay, two people can be right.
Oh, wait, one second. Hey, I got you. I'm gonna move to Facebook to YouTube real quick.
Go ahead.
Everybody on Facebook right now. Hey, man, we live. We having fun though.
I don't know about either one
at the end of the day. Mr. LetGo, he's a good guy. We just have some disagreements on this topic that's going on here. But other than that, it's litty. So I'm about to shut down the Facebook live stream. Go on over to YouTube. It's NoFugaze Podcast. Going on over to YouTube right now at NoFugaze Podcast. YouTube, who's ever watching on YouTube right now, don't worry. We keeping the stream up. But on Facebook, we shutting it down. Everybody come on over to YouTube.
And everybody hit the like button. The likes are low.
Hit that like button, man. We need them likes up. And go on over to YouTube right now. I'm shutting down the live stream on Facebook.
And contribute to this man's channel. Like, what the hell? Where's the super chats at? Like, what are y'all doing? Y'all brokies over here? Like, contribute to this man's channel.
Right.
Okay. All right. So I'm just trying to make sure it's shut down. Hold up. All right, yeah, so the Facebook stream is shut down. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
Okay, so the reason why I'm saying that you are refusing, because you're an intelligent person, you are refusing to read the room by saying it's facts over feelings. This young lady was in her feelings talking about her dad. You can't get into facts when a woman is talking about her childhood trauma. Does that make sense? And I want to keep going, but I just want to say, does that make sense? Do you agree or disagree with that? You see what I'm saying?
Can I reply?
It's word salad. Yeah.
Okay. I disagree.
You can tell somebody the facts, but what he's saying is you can't get into irrelevant facts when somebody's talking about a personal situation they're going to. So yeah, we know that a man taking care of the home and paying bills means he's, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're a good father. It just means you're fulfilling that male role, gender. So that's what he wants to talk about, just gender roles.
And let me tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the reason why I disagree with that statement is because most people, and this was research done on this, most people only have a perception of things. They only have the ability to perceive things. And a perception is your interpretation of the world around you. It's unique to only you. You get what I'm saying? It's only unique to you. The CIA does studies on this, and I think they said it's about 98% of people only have a perception. 2% of people have a perspective, right? A perspective is the art of observing the world from outside of yourself.
And y'all watching me do this, and let YouTube shadow ban me, CIA. Y'all fake as hell. Y'all serious? It's only 2% of us that do this, and y'all let me get shadow banned. Is this why? Okay, it makes sense, at least a little bit. Well, pay me.
So what I was doing in this situation in the video, I was giving her a perspective. She had a perception of her father, which my belief is her mother instilled that negative perception in her, right? So what I did was give her a perspective. That's why I mentioned you should be grateful because other people don't even have the ability to have a father that's working to a high degree to allow the mom to be a stay-at-home mom.
So let me
say something. So hold up. So what I was doing was giving her a perspective that, hey, even though you may perceive things and it's currently bad right now in your situation, other people are experiencing worse. So you should.
And those other people who are experiencing worse, from my perspective, is that they don't understand what having that person actually entails. So if you don't have a dad and didn't grow up with a father or a father figure or a stepdad or whatever, then you don't know everything that they are for you. So you're listening to somebody tell you that a man's supposed to pay bills and a man's supposed to take care of that, which is true. But if you're listening to the woman version of what a man is, you think what you're saying. Instead of if you've seen one, you know everything that they are. So I told you not to walk down this road, Cooley, but you did it anyway.
Look at the glass half full instead of half empty, because anytime a human being looks at the glass half empty, they experience depression. You get what I'm saying? She was in a depressed, vulnerable mood. So instead, I was literally reading the room. Yeah, I know. I'm not finished. I'm saying that I was.
You're gonna get all the way over here.
I'm not done, man. Yeah, but how come when I speak, bro? Hey, chat, if y'all see, when I speak, he cut me off, but when he speak, I let him go.
This a conversation. Like, you say something, I say something. Can we have a damn conversation?
Yeah, but can I get, my whole thought process out?
You was Mr. Talking Point. I'm talking to you as a
How is this a talking point?
And I think this is the actual problem with the damn girl.
Reading it off your paper, that's how.
Have a conversation with a person.
Correct, but
you say something, I say something. That's a conversation.
We can't have a conversation if I can't even get over a minute and a half of speaking without any interruption.
Because you don't need to have a minute and a half of speaking, and you should understand that everything a person says in the middle of you talking isn't just cutting you off. Sometimes it is, but sometimes if you say something and a person has a response for you, they'll respond. And a lot of times, and I noticed this on these panels and podcasts and debates and stuff, sometimes, most of the times, you saying you cut me off is what breaks the conversation, not them actually doing it.
Let me say this. That's the problem. That is not a conversation. A person does not talk for a minute and a half and the other person rebut.
Okay.
The conversation is this and then that. Let's have a conversation, bro.
But I also gave you the rules, chat. Before the podcast started, I said, hey, we can have a discourse, but one mic at a time. So if one person is speaking, just let them get it off, and then the other person is speaking.
And I literally said,
whenever you speak,
and we'll have a conversation after the beginning of your diatribe. You literally said that.
I didn't even get to get into everything because correct, Mr. Let Go. I couldn't get into all of my rebuttals. It was a lot of things, a lot of nonsensical things that I think you said in your reaction that I couldn't even get into yet.
Why you don't know how to read the room, sir?
No, okay.
I keep asking you. As your guest, I keep asking you a question. Can we have a conversation about a specific thing before you go on to something else? And then you'll say yes. And then we'll do that. And then you go on to let me talk for 2 minutes.
So now you're gaslighting because that's not what happened.
Sir, can I rebut to the perception piece? Please.
Okay. Please. Look, I'm going to yield again. I didn't even finish, but I'm going to yield and give it to you again.
I don't want you to finish because there's something else that needs to be talked about before you finish.
So look, you don't. So no, that's not time out. Now you're saying that you don't want someone to finish. We had this is a man to man. If we was having this, but listen, if we was having this conversation in person, it'd be much different.
It'd be a conversation.
No, it would be much. It would be much different. You would be when I'm speaking. You would be listening there, and you would be sitting quiet. If we was having this discussion in person, you wouldn't be speaking.
Okay, so you said I can talk. So this is your show. So perception.
So real quick, I'm going to yield and let you go. Go ahead.
So perspective and perception is the specific reason why.
Don't even understand how goofy these type of exchanges are, where you have to tell somebody how to have a conversation because they don't understand that everything isn't cutting you off.
I said you are not reading the room. Okay, that's the specific thing that I'm saying, that you are not reading the room. She was speaking from her perspective. I mean, you were speaking from your perspective. She was speaking from her perception. A person's perception is their reality. Okay?
It's so not the reality.
I'm not done. Now I'm not done. So wait. So we can have a conversation.
Could be.
You want to have a conversation?
It's not the reality. Yeah, so
it's her reality.
And that's what I said.
You never know.
No, you said it's the reality. It's her. See, you said, you keep saying the word should, right? You specifically said, because I cringe every time. Okay, I cringe every time you say should, because it's how women talk. And I'm not saying anything bad about you.
When did I ever say should?
You've said should a few times,
and I stopped you one time. I always speak of how things is. I don't speak of how things should be.
Cooley. Did you not remember when I said I don't use the word should because that's how women use?
Should no, a should standpoint is morality. Okay. This is how things should be. That's the morality standpoint.
That is the problem. This is what I'm saying, and because this is why I want to have the conversation and not just this 2-minute rebuttal from each other, because I'm talking to you as a person, as a human being, not as a content creator. Because now I'm seeing that you're a father. We can make this into a better, more deep conversation when it comes to this. I mean,
it's going pretty good right now, man.
I agree. So this young lady, all right, and I want everybody listening to just think about this. This young lady is speaking from perception, like you said, right? Her perception is her actual reality. So what she sees is what she thinks is actually going on. Okay. When you come back and say people should appreciate a man for working a job and letting the mother stay home, you're using the word should, which is your perspective. So when it comes to, because you said you coach people, I coach women. When you're talking to an actual one person and not a crowd of people or a chat, right? You're talking to an actual person. It's important for you as a coach, because you said you coach people.
I coach men and women.
Gotcha. You coach people. So as a coach, we both are coaches. We both are fathers. So from a father standpoint and from a coaching standpoint, it is important for you to hear that person's perspective and their perception, and this is the reason why.
Well, I don't think you understand what perception and perspective mean. You're like speaking in.
You understand what they mean.
Yeah, but you're not speaking. Nothing that you said was correct. You're getting perspective and perception incorrect.
I'm almost done, sir.
I think you're doing
this woman. Like I said, from her perception, her dad was a bad person because he did not pay attention to her. This is what I said in my video. This is an opportunity for her to be acknowledged, for her to be heard. You cut her off in that video and you didn't play the whole video the second time, and it's okay. The thing about it is a person's perception is her reality. Give her her reality. Let her be heard.
I have a question real quick.
If she feels like her dad did wrong by not being there, not being around, not paying her attention, not acknowledging her, see that.
Okay, question for you. So you just said that a person's perception is the person's reality. I agree. Because a
is.
person's perception is their interpretation of the world around them. It's very unique to them, right? So if a man feels like a woman and that's his perception, would you acknowledge that? Would you say, "Oh, well, yeah, you're a woman. You could be a woman." This is what I'm saying. What your mind frame is lunacy. Your mind frame leads men thinking that they could be women, and then the whole world acknowledging that. This is what I'm saying. No. Yes, it does. Actually, you literally just agreed to it right now. Yes, so this is how I'm about to break it down right now. So look, here's the facts. Here's the facts. Real quick, we can talk about perception and perspective all the time because this is what I do. I'm going to repeat it again so you get it clear because I think you need to take a little dose of the red pill. You haven't really gotten to the red pill. You haven't woke up out of the matrix. You're still in the matrix. Whatever. My whole standpoint is that I look at it from the matrix standpoint. You're going to get a dose of this pill real quick. Whatever you think it is. Whatever you think, you're going to get a dose of the red pill. So listen, a perception is a person's interpretation of the world around them. It's very unique to them.
That's not the definition of it, though.
You're telling me that I should have been.
I don't use the word should. Can you stop using the word should?
You just said that I should. You just said that I should. That's what you said in your rebuttal.
No, I didn't. I don't use the word should.
So you never. Okay. Let's just.
I don't use the word should.
This guy gaslight. No, you gaslight right now, but it's totally fine. You just lied
and said I don't use the word should, and you just use the word should, and I just stopped you to show you that you weren't use the word should.
I used it in a sense. I'm using it because you said that what you should. That's literally what you said. But anyways,
I did not say that.
Let's just chill with the antics real quick.
As a coach,
let's chill with the antics real quick, okay? Let me just make my point. A perception is someone's interpretation of the world around them. It's very unique to them. So how they perceive things. Mm-hmm. You're saying that me and the girl was having a discussion and I couldn't read the room because I couldn't or wasn't able to acknowledge her perception. Okay, my standpoint is.
That's not what happened.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Well, correct me. Go ahead.
Okay, she was talking about her childhood trauma. Y'all weren't having to see, and this is what I'm saying. This is why this is so good. This was not a discussion. I know y'all was on a podcast, so I'm not crazy. This was not a discussion.
What, with me and the girl?
Yeah.
It was a discussion.
Hold on. This was her talking about her childhood trauma, right? So it's not a discussion. This is a person's life. This is a person's childhood trauma. And I'm sure she did not. So I don't want to make anybody feel like I'm gaslighting. Okay. She did not do this. But as a coach, as a content creator, when you have people on your platform and you say you coach people, it is very important to make sure that you understand. And people, I understand everybody does not deserve understanding, but it's your job to at least give them a certain amount of understanding.
Bro, you're rambling right now. What's the point?
The point is, because I'm getting ready to say something. The woman got up and walked out, right? In some situations, that woman could have got up and walked out and done something crazy. So as a coach, it is our responsibility that we hear the person and not always make everything.
Listen, you trying to coach me right now. And you don't even know the difference between perception and perspective.
I'm almost done.
Well, I do, and you don't. Listen, I know the difference. And I'm telling you, like, you're talking to him, but I'm here. And you're trying to wordplay with the wrong person. And you've already walked down the wrong road. I told you not to do this, Cooley. And you're doing it, and you're trying to make it worse with this perception and perspective thing. Because you can't give somebody your perspective of something that you weren't there for when they were there to perceive it. So listen, even by your definition, what do you keep saying? Someone's interpretation of the world around them. They were actually there to get that perception. You're just giving a general view. That's literally what perspective is. You're giving your general view of something that somebody lived. I could do that with damn Steph Curry from the sideline, though. So his perception of the defense. And how I gave the example the other day. It's like watching two people play chess. You never make a mistake on the sideline. For anybody that's a chess player, you know on the sideline, you're the GOAT. You are the best chess player in the world when you're watching two people play. It's nobody better than you. If you know how to play chess, you know what I'm saying. It's nobody better than you when you're sitting there watching two people. You know what they're about to do. You know what you should do. You know, you see 5, 10, 20 moves ahead. You're the GOAT on the sideline. But you're not in the game to know my thought process of what's making me not do what you're about to do. You're looking at it from both people. Like, oh, if I was him, I'd move this piece. And if I was him, I'd move this piece. No, you ain't him or him. You're only one dude. I'm just black. That's it. I'm not white. I'm black. You're looking at it from both ways. So,
all right,
I'm almost done.
On a crazy path.
This young lady got up and walked away.
Yeah.
She could have did something crazy, because when this woman is talking about her childhood trauma, she can turn around and re-trigger herself by talking about shit, right? And then you turn around and using perspective and ignoring her perception, that in itself is dismissive.
Thank you. You went right into what I wanted to talk about. So exactly. Good. Great. Good. So you just admitted with what you...
I don't know how you think you're making a point with this, but go ahead. I'm going to let you go ahead. I told you not to do this, Cooley, but you're doing it.
You just said that a person should act... If a person has a perception, right, that's unique to them, that's unique to their worldview, the other person should acquiesce their behavior or their response to pretty much to coddle them, so an effect won't happen beyond that.
I don't agree that.
You just said that.
Let me add one thing. You said you coach people,
but I don't agree with that.
Let's just get to the topic.
Hold on. This is important. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because you said you coach people.
I get it.
As a coach, you have a specific responsibility to make sure that this person that you are potentially coaching, because she's talking about her childhood trauma. So whenever a person sits in front of a coach talking about their childhood trauma, you have a responsibility that you may not even know that you have to make sure that person has a safe space to operate in. For that woman to just jump up and walk away, so she could have did something crazy, and it would have been, to a certain degree, your fault.
Hey, Mr. LetGo.
As a coach,
I get what he's saying, but it's a reach, but they've both been reaching the whole time. So
LetGo.
As a coach, you got to make sure you don't do that again or put yourself in that position.
Yeah,
you said you were a coach.
Mr. LetGo. One, I coach totally different than you. One, I don't coach to coddle. Yeah, I don't.
You have to make sure you do what you're supposed to do as a coach.
I do not coach to coddle individuals in their delunacy. So this is what I'm saying. So let me finish.
And what you shouldn't coach people's delunacy, but
let me finish, right? So you just admitted, and please don't cut me off because let me land my plane.
Just go ahead.
You just admitted that when a person has chat, we still talking about perception right now, but we're going to move on to the next topic. But I just want to clear the air real quick. Y'all going to see this. You just admitted that a person's perception is their interpretation of the world around them, and it's unique to them, so that the other person should be acquiescing their behaviors or their responses.
That is not the definition, because my perception doesn't necessarily have to be unique to me, because I could be perceiving something that's the obvious. Like, yo, it's cold in here. You're going to walk in and feel the same way. So it's not unique to me. It's something that is going on right here. If you in here with me, you are going to see the same thing. Like, so he's word playing, but he's trying it with the wrong person. This never would have worked with me, like ever.
Response to solidify the person's perception. My point is that that's lunacy, because a person's perception of the world around them could be wrong and it could be dangerous for them. So like I said, it's like a man believing that he's a woman, right? That's his perception and that's his reality around him. You would agree that the man should be believing that the man is a woman. You would be calling him then a woman. That's pretty much what you just said. That's pretty much what you just said. And guess what? My point, let me finish. Let me land my plane. My point is that that's lunacy. I do not.
You're reaching. So, of course, it's lunacy because you use a lunacy example. You made it lunacy.
Do that. When someone's perception is limited and it's incorrect, then what I do is then give them a perspective. A perspective is, again, the art of observing the world outside of you. You get it? It's not just in your own box. It's observing the world outside of you. She was living in her perception. Well, my father didn't do anything for me. He never showed me any love, this, that, and the third. And, but he was working and my mom was taking care of me. That was her perception. I had to give her a perspective that's outside of her perception. So what I said was, hey, you should be grateful that your father had the ability to work at a high degree to allow your mother to work from home. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Use the word should.
I'm using the should because that's me explaining it too. That's me explaining it. You say talk about should. That's me explaining it to her. In the video? Did I say should?
Can't do that. I'm just saying.
How are you gonna tell me what I can't do?
I'm not telling you what you can't do. He's just telling you that it's a bad coaching method to tell somebody what they should do. He's not telling you you shouldn't do it. He's just telling you that you shouldn't do it.
A grown man. You're a father, right? You're a father.
He didn't say you can't do it. He said you shouldn't.
Right? I'm a father. Okay, so you're like twisting the word should and stuff when I'm using it as an example. That's a very, I don't think you're getting it. It's very low IQ.
I just showed you something.
You didn't show me
I don't think it is at all. It's word salad.
Anything.
Hold on. I did show you something. See, be receptive instead of argumentative like a woman, and then we can actually get somewhere. I use the word you
we're
can't
having a
do
discussion,
that.
man.
Okay.
It's a debate.
Cooley. I just did something to you on purpose.
You didn't do anything because you.
Yes, he did. Stop arguing. You're making this bad on yourself, Cooley. He stopped you again when you used the word should. Like now, I don't even remember him doing it, but I remember him doing it this time. When he first said it, that's why I never even said that, because I didn't remember. But now I just watched him live on the spot stop you from saying should. I heard you say it. You said you should be more than he was like, yo. He did it again. So if he did it before, now I believe he did it before. I don't remember him doing it, but he had to do it before because he just did it right then. And if you say it again, he gonna get you again. So stop arguing, Cooley.
Just believe that a man that believes he's a woman, you would be agreeing with the man world's view that believes he's a woman.
I want to show you what I just did.
No, but that's lunacy.
Bro, can you?
That example is lunacy, but we know that, but it is not a good example. He's arguing extremes. He needs to hear the rebuttal class.
Damn.
One quick question. Do you believe that a man can be a woman?
No.
Can you stop?
Do you believe that a man can be a woman?
Bro, how are you so into trying to be right? Can you stop?
No. It's not about being right.
Yes,
Wake up and just stop.
Do you believe that a man can be a woman? The chat want to know. They're in the chat right now. The chat want to know. Do you believe that a man can be a woman?
Mute your mic. I wish I could mute your mic.
Yo, just admit. The chat want to know. Do you believe that a man can be a woman?
You telling the host of the show you wish that you can mute their mic. That means you need to stop it.
Woman, can you stop
Answer the question. Do you believe a man can be a woman?
Bro, okay, I'm just going to talk and ignore what you
just
say.
Answer the question, please. Please answer the question. Wait, why can't you answer that question? Why can't you answer the question? Hey, chat, he won't answer the question. So that means that you believe that a man can be a woman.
He don't believe that. But hell, listen, he live in Atlanta, so he might not be able to say that. But I think I'd have heard Aaron speak against them topics before. But no, he don't believe. He ain't with that.
Sir,
that's what you believe. That's your worldview.
But he does live in Atlanta, so maybe he got some affiliations to where it would offend somebody if he did say that. But I don't know. I think I heard him speak against.
That's literally what you explained. You explained that when a person.
But Cooley is reaching with his perception example when we're just talking about how somebody perceives their dad, not how they perceive their sexuality.
Okay, great. You believe that when a person has a perception that you should indulge and agree with their perception even if it's wrong. That's what you're saying. And you said that, oh, well, you don't know how to read a room. If you read a room, you should just, indulge into that and agree and acknowledge that. No, you don't acknowledge lunacy. I'm not acknowledging that woman talking about not having any grateful insight about her father when her father was working and allowing the mother to be a stay-at-home mom.
I think you like seeing yourself talk. Can I talk?
That's chat.
Can I talk now?
Answer the question real quick. Can a man be a woman?
Can I talk?
Can you answer the question? The chat wants to know. They're literally in there right now.
You didn't answer the question when I asked you, did you have kids?
What are you talking about?
You answer that question when you wanted to. So can I answer your question when I want to?
What, can a man be a woman?
I'm following your lead. I said, do you have kids? And you did not answer that question.
Okay, so you want to follow my lead.
Can I answer your question when I want to?
You want to follow my lead. Okay.
Yeah, and he answer the question when he wants to.
Fair enough, bro.
I wish you were in the same way that you should have answered on the spot. He should have answered on the spot, but maybe it'll make sense why he did it when he finally.
If you had something to say, go ahead and say it.
But I think that you're reaching by even asking that, because you're getting off topic of the entire subject just to try to make a point about a man being a woman when that's not even. See, you're playing with the wrong people.
Thank you. All right. So when I said you can't do that, you said, don't tell me what I can't do, right? I did that on purpose to let you know what women do, all right? What women do is they tell people what they can't do, and what women do is they tell people what they shouldn't do, and that is feminine behavior.
That doesn't make any logical sense of what I said. You said that I shouldn't be using the word should.
Let me finish my statement, sir. I'm a guest on your show.
Okay, but you're saying something that's totally incorrect. You're saying that that's something that women do.
Sir,
no, what you're doing is something that women does.
Sir, I'm a guest on your show. Can you give me the respect?
I don't agree with either one of them right now.
I've been giving you all the respect, bro. I even changed. We had rules on the podcast. And then you totally went against the rules. You totally went against.
I believe his definition of should is just some word salad. I believe him saying that
against the rules, and then you started speaking about other things. But I'll let you finish the statement. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is your show. I just want to, God damn. So what I'm saying is, for you as a man or for you as a coach, it is lunacy for you to tell a woman what she should be doing. All right. When it comes to her childhood trauma, that is her childhood trauma. That is her life. That is her reality. All right. You don't tell another person what they should be feeling. That is crazy. All right.
Oh, I do.
And I'm letting you know as a fellow coach and as a fellow father, because what I make sure to do on social media is some of these people have kids. You have a child. I want to make sure, to the best of my ability, all right, to make sure that if you are doing the same shit to your kids or to a woman, that you don't do it anymore. All right. See, I look at pushing the word change. I like to help add something to a person's life so they can be better. All right. So what I'm letting you know as a father and as a coach, do not tell a person what they should be doing, because it is dismissive. And I keep saying that, but I want you to make sure you're not doing this to your children, because we do it. I'm almost done.
Okay.
I'm almost done. We do what we repeatedly do. I mean, we are what we repeatedly do.
Yeah.
So when you're on a podcast saying some shit, you're probably at home with your kids saying somewhat the same thing, because our personalities are our personalities. So if you're dismissing this woman's reality, you can possibly be dismissing your child's reality. And one more thing, when it came to King and T.I., I think King is a brat, and I think he's out of line in what he's saying. But at the same time, I literally said in that video with King and T.I., make sure you do not dismiss this young man's reality. If he felt like he was traumatized under T.I., can't turn around and say, you should be appreciative of me being a millionaire, because that is dismissive. So with you being a father, with you being a coach, please do not do that to people.
Okay, so it's
and listen, hold on. Before he says whatever he's about to say, because I know he's not about to say this, I'm gonna throw you a bone. You actually contradicted yourself already. So you don't have to really explain what he just accused you of doing, because you explained when you started talking about you being a dad, you started talking about you going to games and you going to cheerleading practices. So what you said to that girl is totally different from what you do as a father. You're not going to say that, but you probably should, because you contradicted yourself, but you can't bring it up because you contradicted yourself. But basically, he can't even accuse you of what you're doing because your real life is different than what the hell you were saying on that damn podcast. So that's not even true for you. And you admitted that it's not true.
funny, Mr. LetGo, how you just said that I shouldn't be.
I don't use the word should. I keep trying to tell you that.
He told you what you don't.
I keep trying to tell you that.
You-
I ain't tell you nothing about what you shouldn't do.
You just said that.
Give you advice.
You
on
just
what
said
will
do
help
not.
you.
That means should. That's an ought. You're making an ought claim.
Now you
I
just
ought
want
to
the
do
wordplay. It's the same thing. But if you want a wordplay, you got it with him.
this, or I ought not to do that. You're basically telling me right now here, you just contradicted yourself because you're doing it right now.
I actually did not.
Yeah, you are. You literally just said that you ought. I'm going to use the word ought.
This is an instruction. I'm instructing you to do something.
I'm telling you what to do.
Like I'm instructing the woman that's on the podcast to be doing something. So what are you talking about, bro?
Talking about you.
Bro, you're literally contradicting yourself. You're telling me how I should be running.
You did not give her advice. Telling somebody what they should be doing is not advice.
Okay, great. Let me finish. You just
I disagree with that.
Had your whole rebuttal, and you said that if you are a coach and you are coaching people, this is how it ought to be, and it shouldn't be done like this. You're telling you this or is that?
I would not say that.
Okay, now he did. Hey, chat. This guy is gaslighting like crazy.
To save your life, sir.
Yo, this guy is gaslighting like crazy right now, chat. He's literally telling me to stop doing something to other people, but he's telling me to stop doing it. He say no one should ever tell anyone to stop living in.
I did not say that either.
You're pretty much saying that if someone has a perception about something, right, and that they're living in, like you use T.I. and Tiny, that this their worldview, how they perceive things, you shouldn't be dismissive of that.
I did not say that. See, the thing about it is what
you didn't just say that.
Matter. I said it's important to not do that, and these words matter. Okay,
it's important to not do that.
It is important not to do that.
Not to do that.
There's another.
So guess what? What are you telling me right now? No, this is what I'm saying. What are you telling me right now? You're telling me not to do something. So you are contradicting your own argument. No, you're contradicting your own argument, bro.
You should be doing.
Hey, listen.
Look, do you understand a child and a parent can have two different realities?
Yeah, let's move on from this because you're contradicting yourself. You're gonna look at it back and you look crazy right now, bro. I'm being honest, Mr. LetGo.
Your word plan.
I'm being honest right now.
I don't care. Do you understand that two people can have two different realities in the same house? Yes or no?
We all know, and we both agreed that a perception is a person's interpretation of the world around them that's unique to them. So obviously, everyone perceives things differently.
We do not agree on that because that's not the technical definition.
That's all I'm saying.
So even if you're saying that, now let me ask you a question, right? Can a man be a woman?
No.
Okay, so a man can't be a woman. So now I'm going to refute your whole argument. So if a man
no, you're not.
Can't be a woman, I believe I'm a woman. That is my perception right now. I believe I'm a woman. I feel like I'm a woman. My name is Davina. Instead of David Cooley, it's Davina Cooley.
Let's do it.
It's Davina Cooley.
And this is how far you're going to try to get your point across? To make yourself be a woman? This isn't going to go far with me. I'm trying to tell you now. This is another one of them things where you don't want to go down this road, bro. But you're here.
Okay, right? And I want you to acknowledge me as a woman. Are you going to acknowledge me as a woman?
No.
Yes.
Wow, we just caught him right here on camera. You just admitted that you agreed to this LGBTQ nonsense.
No, see? Nah, you trapped yourself. He lives in Atlanta. He just told you he was going to tell you what you want to hear.
That you indulge in believing in someone else's lunacy. You're the problem, bro. You need to take a dose of the red pill. That's literally leads people astray. That leads people astray. If someone worldview is incorrect, no, I'm still speaking.
When you're right,
I'm speaking.
Can you calm down?
I'm right. But you just calm down. If someone I'm not done, bro. Right. How come I let you speak? But I can't even get a minute. Because you're telling
me what I'm doing. You can't.
You just did it.
You
just did it.
No. You did it. You made an example and got mad for somebody going with your example. So now, because you want to play a word game when somebody tells you, you're a woman then. Now, there's the problem. You going to this extreme just to make a point about your opinion. You're literally doing this about your opinion. And now you're mad at him. It's crazy,
bro. You just did it. You just proved to me that you believe that a man can be a woman and you would accept someone's worldview even if it's lunacy. You just agreed to that.
For a second? Can I say something, sir?
But you just agreed to it. Admit that you just agreed to it. The example is here. Concede to it. Concede.
Can you stop talking for a second so we can have a conversation about that?
Concede that you believe a man can be a woman. And
can you stop this, David?
And you agree with the lunacy in America.
You just want to be right. Can you calm down?
How is that being right? You just said it.
You're acting like a little child right now, bro.
No one's acting like a child, bro. If we was in person, you wouldn't even be speaking over me. Let's be honest. If we was in person, you wouldn't be speaking over me.
Okay.
You wouldn't be acting goofy.
You wouldn't be speaking over me if we was in person. Trust me, you wouldn't be speaking over me. You wouldn't. You wouldn't even have the masculinity to be speaking over another man that's of my statue. You wouldn't.
Why?
This dude is just talking now. That's just Cooley. You're making yourself look bad with this one, bro. You really are. You're showing a lot of traits I don't like to see in you, family.
You wouldn't be doing it. I know you would. I can see it in your eyes. You wouldn't do that.
Did I say we could have did this in person and you said no?
When did you say we could do it in person? I told you where I'm at.
On the phone. On the phone. Not on the phone, but in DM. I was like, where you at? I said, I'll come out to you. You said, no, we could just do this online.
I never said no. I said that you could come out to here or we could do it online.
The thing about it,
you went on to another topic.
I wouldn't say something in person. I wanted to do this in person.
No, I'm saying that you wouldn't be cutting me off in person. That's totally different.
I would be doing what I be doing right now.
You wouldn't be doing that. You wouldn't be doing that. You wouldn't be doing that.
I promise you I'll be doing that.
Okay, we're going to have you on here and let's see if you do that in front of my face. We're going to have you on here.
What would happen?
No, I'm just going to let you know you wouldn't do it. I don't think you're man enough to even cut me off in person.
This shit is goofy, Cooley. I'm gonna be dead serious with you. You bring in goofy energy. Cause what are you even implying?
That's what I'm telling you.
Nothing would happen if you did.
No, what I'm telling you is I don't think that you're man enough to even cut me off in person.
And I'm telling you that I would.
Because it's a much different experience when it comes to me debating girls. I'm not. It's a much totally different discussion with me debating girls. It's no tough guy stuff. I'm just telling you that this is my podcast. I gave you the rules. Listen, bro. I gave you the rules of the podcast in the beginning. Real quick, I gave you the rules in the beginning of the podcast, and you disobeyed all the rules of the podcast. I said one mic at a time. I said after your 7-minute video, I need to get at least 7 minutes too to get my points across. And you went through all of that. You totally disobeyed all the rules. So what I'm telling you is that wouldn't have happened in person. In person, you would have been calm, sitting in the chair, chilling. You wouldn't have did any of that.
Fuck up.
Yeah,
that's what you would have done,
bro. What are you talking about? Man. You not even like that, bro. You a soft dude, bro. I'm gonna be real. You soft right now.
This shit is a bad look, Cooley. This shit is goofy ass energy, bro. This shit is online shit. You're yelling at a screen, telling somebody they're not like that on a screen, bro. This shit is weird. This shit is what people do online. You wouldn't say that if you was in my face. This shit is weird, bro.
Tough guy. I'm just saying this. It's soft energy. Just the way you speak. Just the fact that you believe a man, you'll accept the world's view of a man wants to be a woman. Just the fact that you would accept that.
You made that weird example, bro.
Just the fact that you would accept that, you're a soft dude.
Okay, can we stop for 1 second? Hold on. Can we stop for 1 second? I want you to take a breath.
It's no breath. There's no breath here, bro.
You need to take a breath, dog, because this is weird, bro. Like, this is not good for you.
You didn't adhere to any rules. You didn't adhere to any rules, bro. So this is how we gonna do it. This is how we gonna do it. Okay. Sir, this is my podcast. This is my podcast, and I'm gonna make it fair. This is my podcast, and we're gonna make it fair. This is the rules. I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna let you speak real quick. I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna give you the rules real quick, and let's see if you could adhere to the rules for the 98th time. Here's the rules. After I give these, I'll let you speak about whatever you want. Okay. Once I'm gonna let you get it all the way out. All the way out. Once you stop speaking.
I don't want to get it all the way out. I want to have a conversation.
Okay. I like the ability to be able to listen to someone, not just respond without listening. So I'm telling you.
We have to have two different styles, and that's actually the problem.
Okay, cool.
I'm not trying to be a tough guy.
This is no tough. Styles. I'm not trying to be a tough guy. I'm stating what's literally a fact.
No, yeah, you are. You just called him soft because you can't get your point across.
I know that no man would ever be speaking like this and having any debate like this in front of my face.
I would do it.
Okay, cool. That's what you think.
What the hell is you talking about?
If that's what you think, then hey, man, trust me, that you wouldn't be giving that energy in person.
You just be on a podcast over talking to each other and nothing happen.
Okay, if you think that, but okay. So here's the
me in person, bro. What the hell are you talking about?
I didn't make any alt claims.
I wouldn't whoop up on you. We'll just be talking over each other. I didn't make
any alt claims. That's not a alt.
Yeah, you did. Stop playing games. Don't play. See, not Cooley. This is not a good look, bro.
I'm not saying that I would do anything.
I would do the same thing in person, and you wouldn't do shit about it.
Yeah, that's what you think. My point is that you don't even have the masculinity to even be speaking to me in person and be interrupting me. The fact.
But this isn't an ad hominem attack. When you tried to be a stickler for the rule, but I guess it's because he broke all the rules. So you're going to break them too? Not that I care. It's your rules.
That you believe a man could be a woman. That's hypocrisy.
Every time you think you're right, you start jumping up and down like a little girl. What are you talking about?
Jumping up and down like a little...
Relax, bro.
Girl, this is called...
Get on the subject because you so...
This is called passion. No, it's not excited. I gave you the rules, bro, and you didn't adhere... You didn't adhere to none of the rules. That's very feminine from you. Very feminine from you. I gave you the rules, and you didn't adhere to any of the rules. So we're gonna do it my way. We're not gonna do it your way. Great. We're gonna do this my way, right? So this was gonna happen. I'm going to let you speak, right? You can say anything you want to say. Anything you want to say. You can ask me a question. Whatever you want to do, and I'll answer your question. Listen. Let me just give you the rules. Even if you ask me a question, I'm going to make sure I answer it with under a minute to give it right back to you, right? Then I'm going to let you finish speaking. After you finish speaking, what I need you to do is to shut up and let me speak.
Okay.
That's all I need you to do. And we're going to do it like that. That's the best way. So guess what? The floor is yours.
Okay. First, I want to say this. If I will adhere by everything you just said, as long as you don't tell me what I'm doing, right? That is the actual problem that keeps happening. You'll tell me what I'm doing, and I'll be like, yo, that's not what I'm doing. So the last time you told me what I was doing is with the man-woman thing, okay? That is not what I'm doing. You got all excited, start like a woman, right?
That's not a woman, man. That's called content. That's called giving the people something to look at. What did you talk? That's called entertainment.
Hold on.
They're entertained.
You're breaking your own rules, sir. Mm-hmm. So, do I have the floor?
Floor is yours. You did ask me a question, though.
Breaking his own goddamn rules on his own show. So, if
You did ask me a question though, but go ahead.
If you want me to refer to you as whatever you said your name was as a feminine name, I will do it. You ain't ever call a nigga a nickname. If you say, okay, your name is not Cooley, right? Your name is, what is your actual name?
My name is David Cooley.
David. Okay, cool.
No, my full name is, my first name is David. My last name is Cooley.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm just getting to know you, so I don't know. So your name is David, right? If you wanted me to call you some slang name, do you think I would call you that? Yes or no?
That's not the point.
No. Would you or would you not? If you said your name was Rock or whatever, Lil Rock.
Listen,
if your
bro.
name was Little something, do you think I would refer to you as Little something instead of David? Yes or no?
It's not a yes or no question because that doesn't even correlate to what we were speaking about. I was speaking about man and woman. Me wanting to be a woman. You're going off topic.
Sir.
Yeah, it does. You made your own example up, and now you're trying to be mad when he's doing the same thing back.
I'm not.
You're trying to use another example.
Sir, I'm trying to give you the example that you've been asking for the last 45 minutes. Remember, you asked me this a long time ago. I'm ready to answer your question.
Can a man be a woman?
The answer to it, no, I said that. A man cannot be a woman.
But then I gave the presupposition that I would be, okay, let me just say, I gave the presupposition that I'm changing my gender to a woman and my name is Davina Cooley. Would you agree to me being a woman? You said yes.
No,
I didn't.
Now you're saying no. You said yes. What are you talking about?
Sir, you're trying to win an argument by interrupting me. So let me finish what I'm saying.
Trying to win an argument.
This is a conversation. I'm trying to teach you how to have a conversation.
Wordplay perception. That's what you're really trying to do. Y'all done got so far off in the perception that what you're about to make me do is go read the definition for you, and then you're gonna have to wordplay with me, and that's a different thing than Aaron. So I'm a lot different than him.
You're not teaching me anything, bro. You don't know. You don't know what innuendo means. You don't know what perception or perspective means. Come on, bro.
Sir, can I talk? Okay, so whether you are a man or a woman or not, you are a man, right? But if you wanted me to call you a different name other than David, I would do that. Calling you a different name is not accepting that you're a woman. And this is something that I've been trying to say for the last 30 minutes, but you don't know how to shut the fuck up. So if your name was Davina and you are saying that you're a woman, I would say, I don't agree with all this man-woman shit, but I would call you Davina.
That's all
Just
he ever
like
was
if
saying.
your name was like Young Jeezy or some shit, I would call you Young Jeezy. It's no problem. Young Jeezy, I call him Young Jeezy. But guess what? That's not his real name. I'll call you whatever you want me to call you, but I'm not going to acknowledge that you are a woman and you are a man. So two different things are happening. I will acknowledge you with whatever name you ask me to acknowledge you, because that is simple respect. People have nicknames, all kinds of shit. I see Cooley on there. If you say, I want you to call me Cooley instead of David, I would call you that. That's the difference than me acknowledging that you are a man or a woman. That is all I've been trying to say for the last 30 minutes, sir.
It just seems like you're backpedaling now because, I mean, we have the
footage to show that should be a lesson for the people who want people to quote unquote respect their pronouns. I literally did a whole video about this where people will call you stuff and don't really agree with it, and you're okay with them being fake with you.
Just saw recorded, and you literally said it makes sense what you said now, but that's a backpedal step because what I said that I
say that you got so excited.
No, I said that I am a woman, and my name is Davina Cooley. Would you accept me as a woman and call me Davina Cooley? You said yes.
Yeah.
The entire audience heard it.
Listen. Hold on.
Now you're backpedaling and said, no, I would only accept the name. I wouldn't accept you being a woman.
Would you call me? You asked me two different questions separately. You said, can a man be a woman? I said, no. And you said, if I said I was a woman, would you accept me as a woman? I said, no. And then you said, if I said my name was Davina Cooley, would you call me that? And I said, yes, because that is respect. If a person wants me to call them a dog, that does not mean I acknowledge them as a dog. That is the name that they are given. I see Cooley down here instead of David. That means I'm thinking that you want me to call you Cooley instead of David out of respect. It's just a word.
Got you. Are you done? You land your plane?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's just correlate all of this to what we were speaking about. So the reason why the man and woman even debate came up is because we were speaking about the daughter and her father situation. We were speaking about her perception of the father, right? Mm-hmm. My point is that her perception of her father was jaded by the mother's perception of the father, meaning that the mother instilled a perception of the father to the daughter. That's why she can't accept. Once again, let me finish. Once again, that's why she can't accept a father's love. Now, you want to know why? I will explain to you why. Because in order to explain why, I have to speak about more stuff in that podcast.
We agreed not to talk about more stuff that wasn't in the clip, though.
If you want an explanation, that's the only way I can.
We're talking about the clip, though. We gotta stay with the clip.
Great. But if you want, great. But if you want an explanation, I would have to, because that's what it's backed off of.
But we agreed not to.
We agreed to a lot of things that you went out of.
Clip, sir.
Okay, and
I'm here to talk about that clip.
Great. Even in the clip, you're just assuming things in the clip yourself, which you have the right to. You're reacting to. Right about that. Totally fine. Great. Right. Yeah, right. Reaction is fine. But even in your reaction, the fact that you can't see that there are gender roles in play, meaning that the man is doing a job and the woman is at home with the kids doing a job, but for some reason the daughter is perceiving the father very negative. So you're just putting the blame, your presupposition is putting the blame on the father. That's why she's putting the responsibility on the father. That's why the daughter was viewing the father in a negative way. My point is that you think it's right. My point is that
her right, not right. No, her right to do that, not the right. It's because it's her perception. She has a right to have that perception.
Yeah, oh yeah, totally fine. No one said that she doesn't have the right to.
Remember in the video, I said you were right. I agree with you, but you didn't know how to read the room.
No, but yeah, you still saying okay, great. And I don't agree that with the whole. We went over perception and perspective, and I explained that I was reading the room in a very perspective way. So it's much differently than a perception and dwelling, not dwelling, but going into someone else's worldview. No, I seen and heard her. Yeah, I seen and heard her. The fact is that it's not about. Okay.
She wouldn't have got up. Do you think if you had seen her and heard her, do you think she would have walked away?
She got up and walked away. So now let me just speak, because I don't think you understand. Here's the facts to everything, right? She got up and walked away because it was a touchy topic to her. That's why she got up and walked away. This girl was on the podcast. This was her third time on a podcast, right? She came on once. She liked it. She came on twice. She said that, yo, I'm learning from you. She came on the third time, even after she walked away. She thanked me. She said, thank you. No one ever told me this before. I didn't know that I was viewing things in a negative way. I just thought that my view of it was like the right way, the correct way. I said, you're right to view things your own way, but I'm just giving you a different perception, a different perspective about it. Because yeah, your father, maybe, I'm sure he was lacking off. Human beings are human beings. He probably wasn't doing the best job he could be doing. Right?
There we go.
But at the end of the day, guess what? Why did you have this worldview? What was the relationship with your mother and your father? She told me that the relationship between her mother and father was a little toxic, right? So then I said that, did you ever see your father because she said he was abusive and stuff like that. I said, did you see it? She said, no. Well, one time he did chase me up I think she said, chase me up the stairs. Yeah, chase me up the stairs to whoop me before, but he never really put his hands on me. I said, okay. So I said, so what's so negative about your father then? She said, well, He just wasn't, very communicative. He didn't communicate with me, and he wasn't like there for me emotionally. I said, okay, that's fine and dandy, right? I said, what was your mother's view of the father? The same, like it was negative. Oh, okay. Your mother didn't nurture you. Your mother didn't instill the nurturing traits that she should be instilling in you so you could view your father the right way. So what I'm saying is that now let's talk about parenting, what you wanted to speak about. My point, when a man and a woman is in a relationship and they have issues, whatever issues they go through, the kid shouldn't see that. The kid shouldn't see it. If the kid does happen to see some things, it's the mother. If the father is her father working a lot and making the bread, and the mother is a stay-at-home mother, the mother should be instilling certain traits in the kid that's positive of the father. Instead of, I'm saying should, because that's my point of view of what should happen.
That's a problem though.
No, I don't think it's a problem, because I go back to.
I think your word playing. I think it made sense when you were talking about coaching, but just as a general thing, you trying to eliminate a word from your whole vocabulary doesn't mean that people aren't proving or making a point when they use the word. He's talking about a mother's role, what she should be doing for her kid. Like, he ain't there.
My presupposition is gender roles. So that's my presupposition. So that's why I'm saying it should. Do you know what presupposition even means, bro?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So my presupposition is I believe in gender roles. Since I believe in gender roles, a man has a role, a woman has a role. If the man is doing his role,
the roles aren't. So here's
the roles
thing.
are different.
The roles aren't. They're different,
They're
right?
different. Yes.
So you can't tell a man what he should be doing, and you can't tell a woman what she should be doing, because in a household, like in my household, I don't know about yours, I was married. My role was everything, right?
So you were nurturer number two? So you were mom number two?
I was not mom number two.
If your role was everything, you was mom number two.
Sure.
You want men to be mothers number two.
We're having a good conversation. We about to go off the rails.
Here you go again, Cooley. In your mind, because you never had it, you don't understand it.
I was God.
Does
that make sense? I was God.
I'll let you finish. Go.
Does it make sense?
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
So, because we about to go off the rails, we're having a great conversation. We're gonna calm down a little bit. I was God over the house.
Sometimes you got to bring people back to reality. Like, yo, that's what I was, motherfucker. Don't try to disrespect my role. Put some respect on it. That's who I was. So you thought it was cool to tell me I was mom number two, but when I tell you I was God, you don't get it. Yeah, okay. So don't try to downplay me. If I upgrade myself, don't try to downplay me. So now it makes sense to you, huh? Right.
To me. All right. So when I say my role was everything, I was God to the house. So that means nothing goes on in his household without me knowing. So as an example, my ex-wife would pick the kids up from school, right? That was part of her role. Now, at some point, the school bus would, drop the kids off in front of the house. But when we actually separated, we still operated as one. All right. So we wasn't even together, because when it comes to parenting, we have to operate in unison. So even though we ain't together, we still operated the same way, which is crazy to some people. So as an example, her role, even when we weren't together, was to do the mother shit, pick the kids up, do this, do that, right? But when there's a problem at school, she would ask my daughters. They'll say, some boy did this, or somebody did that. And the first thing she'll say,
I'll give it right back. No, quick thing. We got a lot of super chats that came in. So once you finish, I'm gonna go through the super chats, and then I'll go. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
So she'll say, you want daddy to get them? Right? And my daughters will either say yes or no. And if she says yes, that is when my role comes in, right? So her role is to nurture on a certain level, right? Because sometimes they'll say, no, I don't want daddy to get them, right? So next thing you know, it stays out of my jurisdiction, and it's just mom and daughter. But when it comes to a problem that is bigger than what mom can deal with, regardless of what it is, whether it's nurturing, whether it's some physical shit, because it's been some physical shit. I did some shit to one of my daughter's boyfriends. So no matter what it is, I play God in the household. So it's levels to this. So it's levels of parenting. And there's a certain point where she can't parent past me. It goes into my jurisdiction. So when you said I'm the second mother, no, I was God over the house. So if it gets out of her jurisdiction, it's like police and the feds. When the feds come in, the feds don't do everything. The police deal with certain things, and then the feds come in and then they come in and take over. So that's my role in a household. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is every household, when there's a man and a woman, the roles can overlap due to the jurisdiction that is needed from the child or from the whole situation. So yes, the father can come in and start nurturing.
And if you've never been in one or seen it done, you wouldn't understand this or don't know how that works because you only just had mama doing everything. You never had daddy to be the final say.
Nurturing more than a mother if that's what's needed. Because sometimes a daughter can have a problem with a boy, right? I come in and do the nurturing because the daughter,
which is low key since we here. I told you not to walk down this path, but you here. This low key part of the reason why you feel like no man would talk to you like that because you ain't never had to sit there and shut your ass up while one is doing it because your daddy never was doing it. So the idea of you being cut off by a man is intimidating to you, and you feel like you got to respond a certain way because you ain't never had to just shut your ass up while you get the lecture. So this is why you think he doesn't have the masculinity to talk to you anyway, because technically nobody does, because who was your daddy? That's crazy.
Don't know. I mean, a mom don't know nothing about boys. That's my job to come in, right? So when it comes to nurturing, a man has to come in and nurture sometimes. So when it comes to the gender roles, they overlap.
When it comes to parenting,
at an exponential point sometimes.
Right.
Fair enough. Yeah, so I believe God over man, man over woman, woman over children. That's just my belief. I don't believe man is a god or a man can ever be a god.
Operated like God.
Also, no, cool.
It was good timing for him to say that because he was trying to be disrespectful, and he put you right back in line when he said it.
Gotcha. I understood what you. Right? Well, no, not at all. Not me. That's not my beliefs.
In God's.
Well, that's fine. It's your beliefs. Right. Whatever you, okay. And that's how you ran your household. I'm not trying to dispute that. I'm just saying my position.
I wasn't God. I operated as God over the house.
Got you. And once again, in everything you said, I'm not trying to dispute what you said because that's how you ran your household. Totally fine. I'm just claiming my position. Right? And I'm claiming my position. My position, God over me over the woman, woman over the children. So that's my position. So what I'm going to do here is, and also I do believe that when it comes to the roles of a man and the roles of a woman, it can be interchangeable to a degree. I do believe that it can be interchangeable to some points. Maybe the man would be doing some cooking and cleaning sometimes. Why not? That's totally fine. Maybe, for me though, I run a household. My household, I work. My woman doesn't work. My woman stays home with our kids, right? Home with our kids. And she does the nurturing. But I do pull up to my daughter's basketball games, cheerleading games, and other things like that. And
being
I do go to. That's not being a second mother. That's being a supporting father. I was trying to
be funny, but you see
being a supporting father.
You're being a supporting father.
When it comes to. No, and I'm saying I agree with some of your standpoints. Yeah. When it comes, I wouldn't call that nurturing, though. Yeah, I wouldn't call that nurturing.
That's nurturing?
Yeah, I mean, not really. I call that fatherhood. I'll take my daughter on a daddy-daughter date. We'll go out and we'll have some brunch. And then maybe I'll take her to a skating ring. You get what I'm saying? That's something that we're doing so she can have some time with me. Because I have full custody of her and her mother isn't around.
Yeah, so,
but I still have a girl that instills nurturing traits into my daughter, even though her mother isn't around. So I still don't play mother number 2. My girlfriend plays that mother.
I don't play mother number 2 either. I just brought that up because you tried to throw that out there.
Fair
but
enough.
As you can see, men nurture their children also.
What I'm saying is that it's in a different way. That's all I'm saying. So let me go to the super chats, bro. We got a couple of them. And what we got? Maybe wrap up in about 15 minutes. Maybe talk about maybe 2 other points. I know you were speaking about before we hopped on live. I don't know if you remember the topic that you wanted to discuss, but it was about the male sphere and the podcast sphere with men and stuff. But I guess if you want, you could still get into that, and I guess we could get onto that topip. But let's get into these.
I want to stay on the actual. After you do super chats, I just want to stay on the
parenting,
the clip, the parenting, all that, because you got to understand.
Okay, cool. Let's get into that more.
Yeah, I'm a whole parent, bro. I really, this is like in my soul. Like, I believe in being, because if there's some fathers watching, I would love for them to continue seeing what 2 fathers do and how they operate. You feel me? That's important to me.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I agree. After I read the super chats, it's a lot of them, but I'm going to read it, do it fast. We'll stick with the topic of parenting.
Yeah, and I'm going to come right back.
Yeah. You can go ahead and leave and come right back. It may be, I did see some questions in here possibly for you, so you may want to kind of keep your the microphone on so you at least hear me.
Okay.
Keep the volume up. But yeah, go ahead. Okay. Aaron Woe 218 sends in a $2 super chat. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate that. He says, "Why aren't you married anymore?" Okay, that was for Mr. LetGo. He has that question for you. If you want Mr. LetGo, we could come back to that question. He wants to know, why aren't you married anymore? Denzel says, "Good talk, y'all. I'm here for it." Aaron,
I'll answer that question.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'll keep reading the super chats and you can answer it later. Denzel sends in a $2 super chat. He says, "Good talk, y'all. I'm here for it." Appreciate you, Denzel. Aaron Woe 218 sends in a $5 super chat. He says, "Every podcast he's been on, he cuts people off and talks however long he wants. Then when he want to talk, you got to let him talk 3 different podcasts." So they're talking about you, Mr. LetGo, in that one.
Know how to have conversations. Y'all been on the internet too long. It's just a conversation. You should know how to let somebody talk and get your point across.
Jay sends in a $10 super chat. He said, "Mr. LetGo, your body language is a triggering woman. Is a trigger female." Your body language is a trigger female. Big O sends in a $10 super chat with no comment or anything. Thanks for the $10, Big O. Denzel sends in a $5 super chat. He just sent in a $5 to support, man. I appreciate y'all for supporting. Willie Beanman sends in a $20 super chat. He says, "I feel like Cooley is picking on weakest members of the 8 at the Table crew. I'm here for it." I like 8 at the Table, man. But yeah, thanks for the super chat, buddy. Willie.
Did you want me to answer that question now or later?
Let's do it later.
All right, cool.
Actually, it's probably going to be more questions for you, so go ahead and answer it. Why aren't you married anymore?
Okay, I'm not married anymore because I left my family at a young age because I wanted to be out in the streets, and I got married early, and I was an idiot for doing that, and I was selfish for doing that, and that's the reason why I'm so crazy on parenting, because and of course, like what my shirt says, family empowerment, because I don't want people to make the same mistakes I made. You feel me? So the thing about it is, because of the mistakes I made, I am here to help people not make the same mistakes. And the other person says,
and those are the greatest people to teach.
talk over people in 3 different podcasts.
That's goofy.
Proof that I would talk over you in your face on your podcast. So you said, there's no way in the world you'll do that. You just heard him say, I do this shit wherever I go, because
and it's just a conversation. You just heard me say why it's a problem for you.
To a certain degree, I'm respectfully God over wherever I go. So I will do that respectfully. And
I talk my shit like every single place I go. Like, like it's laughable for a person to tell me that I wouldn't be me. I'm cutting you off. Oh, for sure. Respectfully. Like, you know.
You
that ain't even for him. That's for the world.
Wouldn't do anything about it. I wouldn't do anything about it either. We would just keep having a conversation and we will figure our own way out. But until we figure our own way out, I would operate the exact same way in person as I would online, respectfully.
Right.
Done with the answer? Okay, cool. Yeah, I still don't believe that you would ever do it to my face. But let me.
That's because he's just triggered by the idea of being challenged by a man because he never had a dad. Cooley, a lot of this shit's a bad look for you. You may not realize it, but I'm gonna tell you, I don't give a fuck.
Finish up these super chats. So Willie Beeman sends in a $10 super chat. He says, "Dang, Derek Jenks fell off. Must have sold Mr. LetGo his material. He should have bought the air muscles too." Any rebuttal to that?
I think that the comparisons to Derek Jackson, like when people start comparing people to Derek, it shows that he's good at what he do. Like people gonna give Derek his flowers.
That was the air muscles was kind of funny. That was kind of funny.
I got the muscles under this shirt. I just like to promote my brand, but I got muscles under this shirt.
Gotcha.
I ain't where Derek Jackson is, you know what I'm saying? But you know, I got a couple of air muscles.
Got you. Eddie he sends in a $5 super chat. He said, "No one owes you understanding." Fair enough. Rob L sends in $5. He says, "Good job, fellas. Cooley, get on him, bro." Willie Beeman sends in a $20 super chat. He's still going in. He says, "At no time has this man made a coherent point. He's communicating like a woman, thinking that just because he talks more or uses the most words, that he's making valid points or better at communicating." He's talking about you.
I disagree with that. I think they both made some points. I think it got off the rail ridiculously. I think this debate is better now that I'm a part of it.
No, he's talking about you.
No,
and that's kind of like what I tell you.
Yeah. Willie is talking about you, bro. At Willie, who you're talking about? Willie Beeman, who you're talking about? Let us know.
Because that's exactly what you did. But everybody's perception is their
Everyone's
reality.
perception is different. So let's see, who's he? I think he's talking about you. You said he's talking about me. Who knows? Willie, let us know. It could be me. It could be you.
You start feeling like you right. You start acting a fool. I'm like, bro, this dude ain't used to be even right or something. Like, chill.
No, man, that is called entertainment, man. I do it on my podcast live with 10 girls sometimes.
Right.
I'm almost done with the super chats, bro, and then we could get on to stuff. Yeah. Let's see here. Where are we at? Okay. OOP Brooklyn says this guy is fumbling. He can only talk when he has a panel of women on his side. Aaron Woe 218 sends in a $5 super chat. He says he's admitted on other podcasts he let women think what they want to think because women are children and their perspective don't matter.
There you go.
Okay.
Got to do research, bro.
Really,
better research than you.
I mean, that just proves my point that you let people, indulge in their.
Right. Yeah, children have.
No, that doesn't prove your point. You hearing what you want to hear. You called him blue pill. You said he needs to take the red pill. He's saying he's letting people think what they want to think because they operate like kids. That's what he's saying. So that doesn't prove your point. You're trying to hang on to part of what you're trying to hang on to let people think what they want to think part of that conversation. But it was a reason why he does that with them. It's a whole, that's his presupposition. Since you like to use words like that, his presupposition is that he lets them think whatever they want to think. Like, so before the conversation is even had, like, I don't care what she says. She's like a child. That's what he thinks.
A broad imagination. So, I don't tell women what they should be doing. I tell women what is going to happen, whether they like it or not. Is the difference.
Okay. Yeah, that's still an alt claim. Willie Bayman sends in $1. Hey, Willie, man, I appreciate your support, man. You sending in some good super chats here, asking some good questions and making some funny comments too. Jay sends in $10. He says, Mr. LetGo, unemployment is looking up for you right now. I'm hitting my unfollow button.
I'm unemployed now. I don't have a job. So yes, I'm unemployed, rich and unemployed. Shout out to my guy Finesse.
Dwight Palmer sends in $5. He says, why is the absent parent always the most responsible for the child's dysfunction? Where else in human society, where else in human social interaction does this premise apply?
Let me answer that.
You could answer it. Go ahead.
In this situation, because context matters, there was no absent parent. The guy was there and he ran his household possibly in a wrong way, because according to what me and you said, we have a certain level of nurturing. You don't like to call the word nurturing, but we nurtured our children. And according to what this woman was saying, it sounded like he did not add that nurturing side as a father, which means he was there, but he wasn't there. But since he was there, he was responsible for the entire household. So it's always the man's responsibility when he's a part of the household.
Thanks.
Cool. Yeah, my perspective is just different. I think they know my perspective. And once again, I'll let you answer these too, if I think it pertains to you. Let's see here.
I don't think they know your perspective.
Dean, Willie Beeman again, $20. Mr. LetGo is one of the most feminine women in the podcast chatting circuit.
Damn.
That's just a statement. You want to reply to this guy, Willie Beeman?
No, shout out to Willie Beeman. What I tend to do when I'm on somebody else's YouTube channel or whatever, I bring in a lot of super chats, right? So part of what I do, even though I'm telling the truth, I piss enough people off where they start super chatting to you about me. So you owe me one, just so you know.
Man, I'm fine, man. I actually don't even need the super chats. I am a self-sufficient man.
Whoa. You can send all the super chats to me.
I don't think that's how YouTube works, man. And wait, by the way, I thought you said that you were rich, man. You wouldn't need the super chats, right?
Hey, man, I could use a little. I'm not rich. It was a joke. I'm not rich.
Oh, okay. Got you.
I'm poor.
He poor. All right, cool. Willie Beeman again. Yo, he going in. He says, it's wild that Mr. LetGo is really somebody's father. That's just a statement. Aaron Woe.
I'm your father, Willie Beeman. What are you talking about?
Why are you just getting crazy with him?
Aaron Woe 218 sends in a $2 super chat. He said, a divorcee telling a custodial parent what to do. Yeah, so pretty much. Yeah, he's saying that you're divorced and I have full custody of my daughter and you're telling me what to do.
But a divorcee is better than a custodial parent because I actually got married.
Well, this is all wordplay, but here's the thing about it. What was he telling them to do? He was telling them that his instructions didn't have anything to do with parenting. It was about counseling.
I actually did the right thing. I actually ran my household with the woman and not without the woman. So the divorcee is actually better than the custodial parent in any situation.
Yeah, that's another debate. But you're responding back to him. So,
Right. Mhm.
hey, he said hey, if you don't agree with what he said, send in another super chat.
Right.
Willie Beeman sends in $10. He said it takes
Willie Beeman
offense
balling.
to a part-time dad that can only coach the woman he identifies with, criticizing a full-time father and men's coach. This won't age well, for you, Mr. Lego. I'll just keep reading
I don't know.
them because it's Willie keeps sending them in. But
Shout out to Willie
stop,
Beeman.
Mr. Lego. For me to get through them real quick,
Gotcha.
stop me when you want to reply to one of them. If not, I'm going to just keep reading them. Cool?
Gotcha.
Got it.
All right.
Willie Beeman, I will pay for Cooley to give Mr. Letgo's child a coaching session because he's going to need it. Cooley.
He is Mr. LetGo's child, though. Shout out to Cooley. You're my child.
Oh, that's what you think? That's funny. Hilarious. Never, man. Jay sends in $10.
Willie Beeman is my child, not you.
Willie Beeman. Okay, Willie, he's saying that you're his son. Jay sends in $10. He says, Cooley, you need to talk with men like Anton Daniels, Poor Man's Podcast, lead attorney, or Dr. BOA. LetGo is a triggered female. I'll reply to this one. I actually did speak to the dude from the Poor Man's Podcast. He said he wanted to do a podcast with me, and I'll definitely have him on my panel with a bunch of girls. And yeah, I'm open to that. The other people I do not know of. If you want me to do a podcast with them, DM me at my Instagram, Cooley1007, and I'll reach out to them.
Shout out to you, bro. I know them, right? So they're good people. So they'll be dope. I don't know Dr. BOA. I've watched his content, but I know the other people. But they're dope people. They're dope.
Okay, word. Say no more, man. And yeah. Just hit me up on Instagram, and I'll definitely reach out to all three of those gentlemen. Mm-hmm. If Cooley smacked Mr. LetGo, he would catch a domestic violence or hate crime charge. That's from Willie Beeman, $10.
Willie Beeman going off.
Hold on. Chill, bro. Chill, man.
No, don't chill. This is what this is about. Like I told you, I make people money.
If you want to think that, man, I don't even know how to pronounce this name, but let me see.
I'm paying your bills.
Milvio DeLone says Mr. LetGo has a skewed view of people who work and live paycheck to paycheck. In two parent households in the United States, 65% of the time both parents work. Also, please learn to debate. Okay, cool.
I don't want to debate. I'm not necessarily a debater. I'm a conversationalist.
Got you.
That's why I say we have two talking styles.
Fair enough. C. Rob the Great sends in $5. He says, Mr. LetGo don't want any smoke from Cooley. Jay sends in $10. He says, Hey, LetGo, I see why you can't grow facial hair. You are a straight female dragging a man down an emotional rabbit hole. Cooley, stop falling for it. Okay, man. I didn't fall for it, but yeah.
Because would you be the female if you was falling for it? Not saying you are, but in that respect, wouldn't you be the one that was getting manipulated as the female if that was the truth? Not saying that's the truth, but go ahead.
Yep. So Jay sends in $2. No woman never divorces God. Cap. Aaron.
I divorced her.
Gotcha.
I divorced her.
Okay, he divorced his wife. Aaron Woe 218 sends in $2. God abandoned his wife like children of Israel. Aaron Woe. Aaron Woe 218 sends in another $2. He says, anarchist and false prophet of relationships. Talking about you. Aaron Woe 218 it sends in another $2. Mr. LetGo, what comes first, marriage or parenting? Good question. You want to answer that one?
First?
Yeah. What comes first, marriage or parenting?
Or parenting. parenting comes first, because parenting is there regardless of the marriage. Because in my opinion, it's not a first or a second, because I think what's on my shirt is what comes first: God, husband, wife, child. But marriage and parenting, those are just two constructs that work in unison with each other. You can be one, you can be married to somebody and don't have kids, or you can parent somebody without being married. So they're two different constructs so I don't even know how to answer that.
Yeah, I'll answer it for you. Mr. Woe, marriage comes first, because the man and woman, it even says it in the Bible, man and woman should cleave to one another. And with them having a good relationship, the man and the woman having a good relationship, therefore the byproduct of that, the children would have a good relationship. So marriage first and parenting.
I don't disagree with that, but I'll say this: the concept of marriage itself, you don't actually have to have, but the union with the person is important, but the marriage should come first. But I understand both answers.
Good point.
Bro, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but Mil Vio DeLone sends in $5. Can you ask Mr. LetGo, how does he have 308K subscribers and 308K subscribers on YouTube and only 60 people watching? Is he buying subs? They want to know if you're buying subs.
No, I've been shadow banned on YouTube for a good year and a half.
Got you. Willie Beeman again, he said,
that's crazy that they do that stuff to people. People can't even watch my stuff.
He already read those super chats and saw him getting cooked. Now he gotta potty. Pound soft. Okay. Oh, Willie Beeman with the $100 super chat.
Oh,
big baller alert. Big baller alert. He says, nah, buddy. Talks over the woman on podcast. He can't find a clip of him doing Rico Hondo like that. Ooh. So he's saying that
Rico are usually the same antagonistic person on tonight's conversation. So me and Rico are actually the same people. We're both the antagonists on the show.
Yeah, pretty like hosting.
So we're kind of like in agreement. Shout out to Rico Hondo.
Yeah, Rico, that's my man. He came on a podcast before. That's my dog. He from Jersey. It's my man. We basically from the same neighborhood. We neighbors, man. Aaron and Willie Beeman, appreciate your support, man. Aaron Woe 218 sends in $2. He just said should. We got him. He talking about you. We're
talking about you. You kept saying the word. You literally like, I don't. Yeah. I'm like, bro, you keep saying using the word should.
Yeah, when you watch it back, you'll see under the context of when I was using should. You'll see the context how I was using it. When I was using should, it was me explaining from my perspective when I was having a conversation with the girl on how on what I was saying on what she should do to get better results, what she should do so she could see her father's love. So that's the standpoint that I was talking from when using the word should. I wasn't using the word should saying anything else.
We just have two different ideologies. That's cool.
Totally fine, man. Totally fine. Willie, and we almost done. Willie Bayman, then he sends in $10. He says, I wish I would listen to a deadbeat husband that left his family to go run the streets. Oh, anything for that? He coming at you. Neck, is this your arch enemy? Who's Willie Bayman? Yo, you got beef with this dude?
No, most likely he's from. I'm on a lot of different podcasts or whatever. So a lot of the things.
Yeah, he ain't feeling you, man. But all is fair.
You gotta think about this. Pause. I ain't gonna say he is feeling me, but if he wasn't feeling me, he wouldn't be putting in all these super chats. You feel me? This is interaction. See,
Well,
the thing about
he may
and
just
you
really
already
support the content, man. I got a lot of my.
but the thing about it is social media is about engagement, right? So the fact that he's here, I appreciate him, and I'm sure you appreciate him too, because of me and him, we just paid your car note or your light bill or whatever. So I'm paying
my
your
cars
bill.
is paid off, man. I don't make car payments.
But I'm contributing. I'm contributing to your household, and this is kind of like what I'm saying.
If you think that, man, fair enough. But like I said, my platform has been growing. I just started doing podcasting in January, the end of January, so it hasn't even been a full year. And I grew. I'm almost at all platforms combined, almost at 900,000. So I'm just putting in work, man. So what I'm saying is that these are just true supporters, but they could be just antagonizing you. So either or. But anyway, I think it's good content. Whatever this conversation we're having is having people engaged, so I think it's good content. So let's move right along. Aaron Woe 218 sends in another $5 super chat. He says, "But you left your woman." Then they still coming at you, bro. "But you left your woman because you're a child still." Okay, let's read this clear. "But you left your woman because you're a child, still a child. You broke up happy home because you were in your feelings and never fixed it. You're damaged. And never fixed it. You're damaged."
Shit, that sounds like that's his wife sent that one.
Just try to, fully spell out the words.
All right. The first thing you guys have to learn to do is to learn how to spell grammatically. It's kind of sad how y'all are spending money, which is dope, but you don't know.
I'm gonna grab water real quick. Go ahead.
Okay. It's kind of sad how y'all don't know how to use grammar or either spell words. You know what I mean? So this is a learning lesson for y'all. You're to a certain degree embarrassing yourself when you're putting in a super chat and then we're reading it out loud, saying your name, and you don't even know how to spell words. So look at this as a teachable moment and watch what you say or read what you say before you send it out, because I always say you are what you repeatedly do. Cooley, the Aaron guy, most likely you're sending chicks text messages sounding the same damn way. So you probably screwing up in your dating life because you're sending a chick a text message sounding like an idiot, and you probably wonder why she ain't calling you back. So allow this to be a teaching moment.
Got you. And my rebuttal to that is I think he's been sending in so much. This is his first one he messed up on. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but I do think you need to take accountability and, actually type the words out so I can read it a little bit better.
How many times you was like, what the hell? You said you did about 3 times.
Oh, it was for other people.
Okay.
Yeah, it was for other people. That was actually the first time where he really messed up on the words. Doc D Chisholm sends in $5. "Thanks for the support, man. I think this is my first time seeing your name, so thank you for the support. Mr. Let Go is a simp dude. He's contradictory and likes to hear himself talk about nada. Kevin Samuels would have been bidding him a good night. Fair enough.
Here we go again. Grammar. But shout out to you.
William Beeman again, $10. "You better chill before I marry your ex-wife and show your child what a father really looks like. Stepdad level on 9,999,000.
My wife is already married. She's already married.
Got it. JB sends in $5. And Willie Beeman, bro. Thanks for the support, man. You funny. JB sent in $5. "What happened to the debate with you and Jeremy Holloway?" Oh, great. So I had a debate.
I'm talking about you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you talking about me. So I did have a debate with Jeremy Holloway that was scheduled last week.
That's interesting because when I did the show with I'm about to get off this. I wanted to see something else. When I did the show with Jeremy, when we had the conversation about Michael B. Jordan, I got off the panel to let Jeremy come on there. So, because it was full, and then I got off because Jeremy like, yo, let me come on. He kept saying it. I'm like, yo, I'm about to get off and let him come on. And then he came on and cooked. So it's funny that he said that's his boy, right? It is his boy.
And when we were live streaming, my computer shut down twice. So that's why we couldn't do the debate. So I did still want to engage in the debate, but then Jeremy Holloway, he pretty much just said, hey, you know, I don't got the time to do it anymore. So he backed out of it, but it was because it was a long waiting time for the computer to restart again. And it happened twice. So I give him the benefit of the doubt. He did say that what'd you say?
That's my guy. What happened with y'all?
Nothing. Same thing with you. He reacted to one of my videos. So I reached out to him and sent him the same DM I sent you. Probably a copy and paste message, maybe. And I said, hey, I see you reacted to one of my videos. I would invite you on my channel and we could have a live debate and talk about this live. He said yes. He came on the channel. We started the debate. Only like 7 minutes in, computer shut off. We did it again. 5 minutes in, computer shut off. He said, bro, let's do it another time. He said that he'll come out here. I'll definitely have him on the panel and we can have a live debate. So Jeremy Holloway, we spoke already, but yeah, man, you're welcome on the platform in person or live like how we're doing it to have a debate.
Don't have me and Jeremy out there at the same time because we'll beat you up. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
All is fair in love and war, man. Moving right along, Aaron Woe 218 sends in $2. I just wanted to prove why he's divorced. Okay, that's why he sent in that. Willie Beeman, $10 again, says, I just hate these soft female-centric men in this space, and I was probably one of Cooley's first subscribers. I make my sons watch this content too. Willie Beeman, appreciate you again, bro. Yeah, man, you've been supporting for.
Willie Beeman need to send me a cash app. Will you see this? When I chop it up and put it out, Dr. Real, money sign, DRHIL. Willie Beeman, send me some shit.
Wow, definitely appreciate your support, man. First time I'm seeing yours. I think you sent in a super chat before, actually, on one of our live podcasts. Willie Beeman again. He says, Mr. LetGo, with the strings from female hygiene products. Okay. Oh, Mr. LetGo flosses with the string. He says, Mr. LetGo flosses with the strings from female hygiene products.
Yo, he was going.
He's just joking. Any rebuttal? No.
He was going off on
my car game. Deeper discussions.
Hey, he trying to throw his little stuff out there. All right, this is a long.
You might as well. Willie Beeman got some cheese. Yeah, right. If you got all this money to waste roasting me, you might as well buy the car game.
My soul sends in $10. I used to like Mr. LetGo, but wait until Kevin Samuels died to take shots at him. Oh, but he wait until Kevin Samuels died to take shots at him. He has the right to have opinions, but he always misquoted him all the time. So he's pretty much saying that you misquoted Kevin Samuels. He is no better than these females. Fair enough.
I actually got on YouTube super late, and it was because of Kevin Samuels. So Kevin Samuels was literally the first person that I seen on Black YouTube. I didn't even know it was a YouTube, like Black YouTube. I thought YouTube was for how to fix a sink or some shit, right? And somebody sent me Kevin Samuels, and I would watch his stuff, and I was like, yo, what the hell is this dude talking about? Because when I was watching him, it was about, because it's one thing about, like, he gave great advice, but I didn't like how he would use the slapping noises and all the different noises. And it seemed like it was condescending to the women, because me, from my coach brain, not a content creator brain, I was like, all right, is he looking to, help these women get out of their ruts? Or is he just looking to embarrass the women? So I came on YouTube like super late, And I would say he was alive for about 6 months. You feel me? When I was on YouTube. So I'm not exactly sure how long it was.
I have a question to what you just said, right? So you said that Kevin Samuels, you liked what he did to an extent, but you didn't really like how he did it. Is that fair enough to say? You like what he did, but you didn't like how he did it?
No, I didn't know enough about him to make a real, until later or whatever. But when I did do content on Kevin Samuels, because somebody said I did content on Kevin Samuels, it was about, because somebody asked me what was my thoughts on Kevin Samuels. And I was just like, I didn't like how he would use certain things. It seemed condescending because, like I said, for my coach brain, it was like, let me embarrass these women and show my viewers how stupid these women are instead of looking to help them, not empower them.
So I have a question, because I have a question for you, because I want to know your mental mind frame. So that is, to me, how I perceive what you just said. That means that you're prioritizing how things are said instead of what is said. That's how I perceive it. I could be wrong. But what I would say is not about how things are said. It's what is said. Now, we all know that female nature.
I'm the same way. No, it was what was it? It was the damn, I got the same thing. The Rodecaster Pro, he would use different sounds and shit. Yeah. And then sometimes like,
and it was entertaining as hell. It was funny.
You stupid woman. It'd be shit like that, right? So if it's a woman,
that's for entertainment purposes.
Right. So I get it. But you gotta wait. You gotta understand. I was new on YouTube. So I was looking at his content.
You was looking at it from a feels perspective.
No, I wasn't. I was looking at what
you were.
The words that was coming out of the computer. You stupid woman. I was like, damn, that's kind of crazy. But like I said, I was looking at it from a coaching standpoint, and I was like, well, maybe he wasn't a coach. And as time went by, I was like, you know what? I'll rock with him.
Okay. So you like Kevin Samuels.
I was just like, yo, why is he like, throwing out all these side shots? Because he wouldn't say you stupid woman, but the computer would say you stupid woman. Yeah. I'm like, yo, what is this dude doing? So I had a problem with it.
Rico Hondo sends in $50. This is to shut Mr. LetGo up.
What's up, bro?
That's Rico. Oh yeah, Rico. Yo. So let's move things right along. We got a few more super chats that come in. I'll read them as the conversation goes on. In regards to this topic though of Kevin Samuels, I'll give my input. Kevin Samuels, I believe, was a good man. I believe that him utilizing the soundboard and making those sounds was for entertainment value. I think that that's what helped grow his channel. I think that with him doing that, other content creators adapted that and went with it. So it did help grow the space and make it more entertaining, because he's giving a logical perspective and an intelligent insight to the audience while making it entertaining. I think that was very brilliant on his part to do that. In regards to the whole facts over feelings, I truly just believe facts over feelings. So it doesn't matter how you say it. Well, we do know it matters how things are said to women. But the thing is that if a woman, we know that, I say this, women are slaves to their emotions. So since a woman is slaves to their emotions, then it doesn't matter how you say it anyway. She could just be having a bad day and being a slave to her emotions. So you could say something one way and it won't digest into her soul. So how we operate as men, how I operate as a man when I speak to women on a podcast, I give them a logical response and I give a facts over feelings response. So even if they're in their feelings, I still say, I would still give a logical rebuttal to their worldview. And sometimes that triggers them and sometimes it doesn't. But I think it makes for good entertainment. And I think it also teaches women, okay, maybe I should be a little bit more logical. And then I also think it teaches men, well, wait, dang, woman is really, like this. Maybe this is why I'm communicating with her and it's just not, going
Not
right.
working.
It's not
Yeah.
working.
And let me just add this to it though. The only reason, because like I told you, I fuck with your content. It was just this one video. Because you said if you see any other videos, let me know. I was just like, no, it was just this one video because I'm a parent before anything.
True.
So Kevin Samuel's situations, it wasn't about my father did this. I'm traumatized. It will be about dating. What's your age and your weight? You feel me? So with your particular that one video, I had a problem with it because I seen the woman's childhood trauma, and you said it yourself. The woman seemed to be viewing you as an adjacent mentor, and she was looking for possibly some acknowledgement of her trauma in that situation, not just acting crazy, but just simply being like, yo, do you kind of understand that like I was traumatized? At least
and
see
that's
me
not the
for that. You feel me?
position. That's not the position that I take when I coach. When I coach men and women, I don't take that position. My position,
Yeah.
the position
But
that I take on the podcast and even when I'm coaching in the
not to cut you off, but this is my show. You shouldn't have a general position when you're dealing with people because everybody's different. So, like, how are you telling me what your position is when you're dealing with everybody?
because I wasn't coaching her. So let's just take on the podcast.
We know that.
So the position that I took on the podcast was, yeah, she feels some way and she has a perception of her father, right? So she couldn't acknowledge herself. She couldn't acknowledge that her father was doing something that most fathers can't do. She couldn't even see it. She couldn't fathom it. So what I did was give her not a perception. I didn't coddle her perception. I gave her a perspective to look outside of her own perception and see that, hey, your father.
It's ironic that we talking about Kevin Samuels because, like I said, I got a video with damn near 100,000 views on it on YouTube. Was him, of him saying the same thing to a girl, and she was talking about her dad and her mom, and how she got her mommy and daddy issues from, and she didn't get attention, and he was like, "Yo, you don't understand that you looking a gift horse in the mouth." So all of this makes sense, but that's implied logic. That is because this particular girl that I'm talking about didn't have no kids and didn't do all of this stuff that this lady did. Like now, she's using it as an excuse when she had this stuff and didn't turn out a certain way. Like this girl that Kevin was talking to was a college graduate. So like you could see the results of the dad being the dude that you saying. But in this case that Cooley talking about, the daughter's a shipper. You have mommy issues with the mom that they talked about. So like the whole family is in shambles. So just because he was working doesn't mean he knew how to hold the family down emotionally or other ways.
Father is doing a great job. He's doing things that most fathers can't do. So
He's doing a great job working. But it's a lot of men who don't have that same stuff that dude had maybe financially that have a stable family. People that love each other. And now ain't out here doing all that shit. So like his views of what him being a good dad is are like limited. It's your perceptions.
should be grateful. That was the point of it. It wasn't trying to be lit to her because after the podcast, she thanked me. So,
And just for the record, it's the you should be grateful that is actually the problem.
well,
And
I don't think that is a problem because my backing, I'll tell you my backing and my standpoint. Most
Tell
of the
me.
things that I speak about, you could find in the Bible. It's not that hard to find.
So what? You ain't nobody talking about you should be grateful for the fact that I'm paying the bills, even though I'm not giving you anything else but a roof over your head. You should be grateful for that. I haven't instilled anything in you to show you how to move in this world, or even how I got this job that I got. I'm just paying the bills. In the rat race. I'm in the rat race running, and you're my kid. And you should be grateful for that.
So my philosophies and my ideologies is literally from the Bible. I also back it up with a few other things, some studies and research that I did, like evolution of psychology, and also, biology as well. And male and female intersexual dynamics is what I back my perspective and philosophies off. But at the end of the day, men and women are different. We're two totally different people. And I believe in gender roles. So the fact that, she's feeling a type of way, that doesn't supersede pretty much her perception of something isn't the reality. It's her reality, but not the reality. A reality it involves a personal perception and a full perspective of what's going on around you and inside you. You get what I'm saying? So I was giving her just an overall response so she could look at the glass half full instead of looking at it half empty. Because, so you say that I shouldn't say that someone should be grateful, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So
let me go biological. You used the word biological before, right? Let me just go biological. I didn't want to go this way. I just want to be on content. You have a certain part of your brain called the amygdala, right? And when you talk about certain things, or when certain things come up, you go into regression, right? So a lot of times when a male or a female talks about their childhood trauma, they are no longer operating with their prefrontal cortex, because your amygdala has the ability to shut your prefrontal cortex down. So now when a person is talking about their childhood trauma, other than remember I said, this happened in this situation, but with Kevin Samuels, they was just talking about what's your weight and different things about dating, right? And even with your other videos, I didn't say anything about those other videos, but in this particular video, I seen in her face, she was regressing. And some people can't see that. So as a coach, it's important to know that when a person goes into regression, which means their prefrontal cortex literally shuts off, they're no longer thinking it with logic. And this is male and female. And in this situation, logic does not matter because they're regressed. And you may not have known that.
I disagree. Because the logic, it's logic behind, it's a logical answer to her question that isn't her fault. So I totally disagree.
And it's okay. But like I said, from a coaching standpoint, and she's talking about her childhood, that's dangerous, because if a person leaves your podcast and something, happens because they got so triggered by the whole situation, it will be on your hands because she was on your podcast.
And that's the part that I don't agree with. So you used, the frontal.
I just think that it's wordplay. I don't agree with it either, but I understand why you're saying it.
Cortex, the frontal lobe, and all of that to give, that didn't correlate. So your correlation wasn't causation, right? That's the thing. Manipulation happens in two.
Yes, it was.
Ways.
Potentially was. I don't know.
Okay, well, manipulation happens in two ways. You can manipulate yourself, or you can manipulate the people that's watching this. And how it happens is when you focus on the effects of things instead of going to the cause of things. My whole standpoint is always from the cause. I don't go to all of these effects. So since I'm going to the cause, which is gender roles, and the father was doing his role better than 99% of human beings on the planet, that means that the woman, the mother, should take responsibility in doing her nurturing role and instilling positive views of the father into the daughter. But the mother was instilling negative views of the father into the daughter. That's what I'm saying.
The father was instilling negative views on the wife.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I
where
understand that.
come from.
I understand that. At the end of the day, though, that's his role. He's doing his role. The mother wasn't doing her role.
Of her trauma, because you said it yourself, they weren't the father and the mother wasn't getting along. So the causation, like you said, was actually real life trauma coming from him. Because a lot of times when you don't
You're
like
putting the blame on the father again.
How do you know it was coming from him?
No,
Why are you implying that the problems was him? What is the problem with him? That he's the same problem that she had? Did she get that idea from her mom? That's what I'm saying. Now I want to know. Did she get the idea that he didn't spend enough time with her from the mom? Because that's how she felt.
The blame on the father again. You're saying that the causation.
The responsibility is always on the father.
Well, do you believe? On the
father? He's the head of the household, sir.
Do you believe women have agency?
No, not when they're under the leadership of a father. No.
Oh, wow. So do you believe? Okay, let's just see where your belief standpoint is, because I think that's why we disagree. So
yes.
That's probably why we disagree. So let me ask you a few questions so I can understand your worldview, and then you can understand mine. So you don't believe women have agency when she's under the leadership of a man?
She doesn't need agency when she's under the leadership of a man.
Oh.
Hey, Willie Beeman, that answers your question why he's divorced.
Okay, so that means that she could be just blown in the wind whatever the man says she does. She doesn't have any responsibility.
No. They usually do, whether it's a toxic relationship or a good relationship.
Okay.
She follows the man. And sometimes he's a bad person and he leads her into a ditch.
Okay.
But
so
her job is to be led by him.
Oh, okay. Let's make it clear.
Okay.
When a human being has agency, what comes with agency is responsibility, right?
She has no responsibility when she's under him.
Oh, okay. So
what?
Responsibility she has no responsibility when she's under him. Does she have authority over the kids or no?
No.
Okay.
He has authority.
Okay, so let me make it clear.
She runs under his
Okay, let me make it clear.
Aaron, never mind, just go ahead.
Let me just teach you something. Responsibility without authority is tyranny. You get it? I'll repeat. Responsibility without authority is literally tyranny. You get?
Listen, you want to know something? It's tyranny the other way around too. Because if you got a bunch of authority and you ain't responsible with it, it's tyranny. Like, for real.
Get what I'm saying?
Responsibility is the father. The authority is the father. She operates under his leadership.
And I'm sorry.
She parents the way the father wants her or needs her to parent.
And I'm sorry, responsibility without any authority is slavery. That's what I meant to say. So responsibility without any authority is slavery. That's what you're pretty much saying. That the woman.
Okay, and then I made my own quote then for the other way around. Since he misquoted that, my quote is original.
You're saying that the woman doesn't have any agency.
Authority without responsibility is tyranny.
When she's under a man's leadership.
Any agency.
Bro, that's a bar.
Because she is him now. They operate as one.
Yeah, that
the one that they operate like.
Okay, so then that defeats.
They operate as one. Who they operating as?
Okay.
Her or him?
Okay,
him.
Cool. But then that defeats gender roles, because a woman has a role and a man has a role. But if you are going to strip all the responsibility away from the woman, how can she ever be accountable of anything? This is why the chat is saying that you're trying to coddle woman and you're pandering the woman, because you're trying to take all the responsibility away, which then there's no accountability to the woman. Right. Women, God created man and woman. You get what I'm saying? And he created woman as a helpmate. Helpmate, that's responsibility. With responsibility, you have accountability. You get what I'm saying? It has to coexist.
Like it's just like having a job, right? You do have a small amount of responsibility within the entire company, but the responsibility of the company is on the CEO or the owner of the company, not the employee. The employee, when it comes to the company itself, like Toyota or Lexus, the salesperson at Lexus, his responsibility is so minimal when it comes to the entire operation of Lexus. He works in one of the 10,000 Lexus dealerships. He doesn't have any responsibility to Lexus. He has a responsibility to selling one of Lexus's millions of cars that is sold every year. So that is what I'm saying when it comes to agency. That salesperson at Lexus has no agency when it comes to Lexus as a conglomerate. That's what I'm saying.
That's another thing. I totally disagree with that statement too. I could just use that example and say that is false, because an employee could literally have the company, shut down or go bankrupt from doing something illegal or doing something that's not adhering to a HIPAA law, or you get what I'm saying? So one person can literally damage the company. To
a certain degree. Now we're going in a debating thing, because that's like one drop of poison can affect a tub of water. So I do agree with you on that. But
yeah.
I get it. But with context, yes, from a negative standpoint, a woman can negatively affect the child. But if the man is just working and just coming home and not paying attention to the room, reading the room, understanding, and not talking to the child, not talking to the woman, he would find out that she is doing something that is going against his authority, and he has to make changes accordingly, because at the end of the day, it's his responsibility almost solely. And that's the problem. A lot of times it's a lot of partnerships going on, and the man is a partner to the woman and not the conglomerate over the employee.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying a woman is an employee, but
I got it. In my position again, so I understand your position, and here's my position: God over man, man over woman, woman over children, right? So yes, the man, his responsibility is protecting and providing. So if he has responsibility of protecting which is leading the household and the relationship between a male and a woman. That's what that is. He's the leader of the relationship, right? And the household. With responsibility comes authority. We both acknowledge that. I don't exclude the woman. I believe women have agency. I believe God made woman from the man and made the woman as a helpmate, which then inadvertently means that she has agency and she has responsibility. So if things don't go according to plan, she has to take accountability.
Absolutely.
So when she bit the apple, did God get mad at Adam or did God get mad at Eve?
Both of them.
You said when Eve bit the apple, did God get mad at
Adam, or did he get mad at?
In the Bible, they both got punished. He punished her and made her pregnancies harsh and all that type of stuff. It's just in the Bible. I mean, if that allegedly happened or not, but she got punished. Both of them.
Eve bit the apple. Well, I mean, we could speak from the Bible. Did he get mad at? He already told them what would happen.
Did he hold him accountable, or did he hold her accountable for biting?
Both of them.
Well, by default, they both was held accountable, because now they will die. Remember, if you eat from the forbidden fruit, you will die. Before they wasn't going to die. They wasn't going to experience pain and sadness and any hardship. Once they bit from the apple, they did experience that. Now, if Adam wouldn't have bit from the apple too, only Eve would have experienced that. You know what I'm saying? So, but okay, cool.
We have two different ways of seeing things, but to a certain degree, we're saying the same thing. But I would say is one is a little blurred and one is not. I believe in a certain way, and you believe in you don't believe in partnership, but you're a little closer to partnership than I am. So that's
No,
that's cool.
I'm not close to partnership at all. I'm in a relationship, and what I say goes. But my woman is responsible of what she's responsible for, and that's for nurturing the woman, nurturing the kids. She does.
I think the whole partnership and all of these, this is all wordplay to me. But you know, whatever. Who am I to say?
All the nurturing for the kids. You get what I'm saying? And when I have time, I do
You do it too.
help out with certain things. Like if I need to take a kid to the appointment, which she would normally be doing that because I'm working and I'm sacrificing my time and giving her the ability. Everything is sacrifice. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So when someone is sacrificing your time is the biggest sacrifice. When a woman is sacrificing her time to take care of the kids that she created, okay, that's not a sacrifice. That's a luxury.
But he created them too, though. So
yeah, he created that too. But what I'm saying is that that's a luxury because the man sacrificing his time to make money. What does it take to make money? Obviously, you're in competition with the people you work with. You're in competition with the world to make the money. The woman is in competition with anyone. She just has to nurture the kids. It's not an easier job. I'm not saying that a woman nurturing is easier. I'm saying it's just different. And my point is that
you're saying
the reason why the girl ended up on a stripper pole and viewed her father so negatively is because she adapted her mother's worldview of the father. The mother's worldview of the father was jaded. And the mother instilled her jaded perspective into the daughter. That's why she couldn't see and be grateful of the good things that her father did. You know what I'm saying?
And that makes sense. And it's not that it doesn't make sense. It's just y'all are both having a different perspective. It makes sense. Because she called them daddy issues. And then she explained him as a worker who didn't pay attention to her. But it's like, did you pay attention to him? That's all he's saying.
I know you disagree with that. So that's why we're having this discussion.
I can't disagree with that because you was with her. So and I wasn't.
Well, that's what I said in the clip. In the clip specifically, I said that you don't know how to digest a father's love.
And that is a problem without context. But if you have a conversation with her and she says, I don't know how to digest a father's love, then you're right. But
okay, so but
at the context of the clip, I can't say that because
I got you. But even with me saying, you could already, everyone's seen it. The clip went viral on certain different platforms. They was like, dang, she's mad ungrateful. But everyone was like, dang, her father was working to that degree where the mother was a stay-at-home mom. And wait, what's going on? Where's the disconnect? Well, the disconnect.
Just like with T.I. and his son is ungrateful, but there is another side. That's
so you do admit that someone could, okay. So you said that you shouldn't never, so you just called T.I.'s son ungrateful. Before you said that you shouldn't call anyone ungrateful. But now you're admitting that you should. You did.
I never said that. I never said that. I said it was wrong for you to call her ungrateful.
You just called T.I.'s son ungrateful.
Yes.
And then I said, I don't believe in telling people you should do something. So those are two different things. I think his son is ungrateful. Yeah, but man. I do think he had a certain amount of childhood trauma also because T.I. most likely wasn't around when he was young the way the son actually needed him to be. I'm a father. My kids are grown. My kids will tell me easily what I did wrong and what I did right, you know, from their perspective. And it gave me a better understanding of me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how old your kids are, but when your kids get old enough to actually give you a feedback to your parenting, it opens your mind a little bit to like, oh shit. And maybe you haven't gotten there yet. Maybe I think T.I. has a good relationship with his son, but altogether his son is just ungrateful. But I think sometimes T.I. may be dismissing that boy's feelings also. So it's just about the possibility that a person may be dismissing a person's reality and trying to tell them that there
two things can be right. If I said that in this video, yeah. King was ungrateful, is ungrateful. I did a whole breakdown.
Your reality isn't it. It could be two things. You could be ungrateful, and you can actually still have your reality and be like, you are traumatized also.
Fact.
Yeah.
Remember, I did say you were right in the video.
Yeah.
I'll keep saying.
I got you, bro. And that so many things that I just disagree with your presuppositions on, because they're not like rooted in any like truth to me. They're not rooted in any truth. And the reason why I say that is because, like, you're still saying that someone has a perception of life, and it's their perception, and you're still reality, is their reality, but it's not the reality. So guess what? We're all human beings.
It doesn't have to. It's not. It might not be. You know what I'm saying? It might not be, but it is. It could be. There's a gray area in which the way you perceive something could be wrong. Like, I know I could have swore I turned that light out, but you didn't. So it's not the reality if you just want a wordplay, but it can be. In a lot of cases, it is.
In order for me to get, I'm a coach. I coach people, and this is how I work. For me to, I don't coddle people's mistakes or people's inadequacies. I give them a reality of it. I give them a perspective. So they have a perception about their situation. Maybe they're looking at the glass half empty, when in reality is actually half full. You get what I'm saying? Like, for example, a woman will be with a man, and that man is literally like a 1% male, but she's just ungrateful of that man. She can't see that, you know, what the time that he's sacrificing to pay the bills, to make a good living, and to give her a comfortable life. She's on social media and she's indulged in other things, and she's looking for, she wants to be rizzed up by some Chad. Do you get what I'm saying? And she can't see the light. She can't see what she truly has.
Absolutely.
Right.
And there's times that I would give a perspective, a reality. I say, hey, I see how you seeing things, but the reality is you got a 1% man. Yeah, you may not think, y'all been in a relationship for a while, you may not think your guy is that guy. Okay, leave him. You'll get with another dude that can't do what that other dude can do for you right now. And guess what? Guess what? That other dude is gonna cheat on you too, or possibly even treat you even worse. So it's like, you gotta kind of look at the glass half full instead of half.
No, you don't. I mean, you do. But here's the thing about it. By your logic, you are pinning down someone who makes money to that's all they have to do. And you literally just explained it in that way. You doesn't matter who you are as a person. So, like, if you are making money, you're 1% of the fathers and as a money maker. That means you can be, listen, man. This is the last thing I'm going to say. I'm about to cut this shit off. Look at the corner of my video. That's Chandler Adams. That's Ray Caruth's. I don't even want to call him Ray Caruth's son, because Ray Caruth doesn't deserve to be called and be classified with a father. But Ray Caruth was a professional football player, and he shot or had his BM shot, and the child survived. So you being a 1% man, I guarantee you he was in the 1% of earners. He's the richest dude she ever met before she passed. And he ended up being the reason why she's no longer with us, and why his child, that ain't even really his child, has cerebral palsy and was born with conditions. So don't tell me that just because you making some cheese, that makes you a hell of a nigga, man. Stop playing with me. As a father, it don't.
Empty. So what
I understand. Yeah, we I'm with you in the ungratefulness, but there you have more of a responsibility as a man is to just be a fucking wallet.
telling you is that I never, ever, 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 ever give the person their worldview if it's lunacy. I never acknowledge a person's worldview if it's lunacy, if it's wrong. Her worldview of her father was just incorrect. She was only seeing it one way.
Well, that's reality, the actual problem where I have an issue with.
So in here, and let me finish.
That's her reality. Don't call it wrong. Just give her another option to look at it.
Yes, then that's what I did. So
that is the only problem I had with the video.
Yeah, and so
You're telling a person that
and
how
let
they
me finish. Let me finish. LetGo. Yeah, let me finish. LetGo. So, and what I'm saying that you don't solve any problems by feeding into someone's false reality. Like, oh, hey, I'm a man, but hey, I want to be a woman. Okay, yeah, you could be a woman. You don't give it. You don't push the needle forward. You don't solve any problems. You don't make any changes with adopting in someone's false reality. When you can observe, because that's what a perspective is. A perspective is it's an art of observing the world from outside of yourself. So when you have that, okay, let me finish. When you have that skill, right? When you have that art to be able to do that, then that's when you can seem a little harsh. That's when you can seem like, dang, you're not really like, acknowledging or accepting what she's saying. You just talking about some other stuff. But the reality was I wasn't. I was giving her a perspective about actual reality, not her just small perception reality that's unique to her. People got to stop living inside of a box is what I'm saying and look outside of the box. She was looking at the glass half empty and just couldn't see the good things that her father was doing. She only seen the negative things. And I'll grant that. Okay, he did negative. Okay, he did negative things. Where's the positive things that he done? It was none. It was just all negative. But I had to point out the positive by saying that, wait, your mother was a stay-at-home mother and your father was out there working? Whoa, 99% of the human population, most men can't provide that lifestyle. And even in America, it's a very small percent. But if we put the world into it, most men don't have the capability to earn money to allow their woman to be a stay-at-home mom. Right. And guess what, Mr. LetGo, we know that's what's best for kids, right? So even though she lived a traditional lifestyle, she still ended up on a stripper pole because she couldn't accept a father's love. This is what I'm saying. She couldn't see it. It wasn't in her perception view. So I had to give her a perspective to see the love that her father was really giving her was genuine and good. That's what I'm saying. So that's advice. That's good advice. Because if I didn't give that to her.
It is. I mean, it also was ignoring what she was saying to you about her dad not paying attention to her, regardless to what he was doing while he wasn't paying attention to her. If that makes any sense to you.
She would never see it.
So let me stop you there. Let me stop you there.
Sure.
It's two different points. You know what I'm saying? I get it. Of course, we get what he's saying.
Go ahead.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
One thing, let me
hold on.
Okay, I'll let you finish, then I'll get to the super chats. Go ahead.
Yeah, and shout out to Rico, because I gotta go. I've been on here way too long. But shout out to Rico. I see you in there. So I just want to reiterate something that I've said multiple times, because this was a good conversation. I agree with you on that. The only thing that I disagree with you on that was simply that you disregarded her reality. Two things can be right at the same time. And this is the problem, like I said with King and T.I. He can be ungrateful, but also he can be traumatized. She, in your video, could be ungrateful, but she can be traumatized. You turned around and said,
it's funny that you're saying that, because in my video, I blame Tiny and Tip. I blame Tip.
You are not traumatized.
And called him a little ungrateful piece of shit.
He didn't do nothing to you. You should be grateful. If you would have just been like,
that, well, I didn't say he didn't do anything.
Well, you implied.
Okay.
You
but the point about it is she has the right to feel how she feels about her own life, because you don't know this woman to that degree where you don't know, you know what I'm saying? There's certain things you may not know. She probably didn't want to tell you. Yeah. And I don't know.
if
the
she
thing about
already
it is,
feels that way, she already feels it. What's the point
get it,
of
but if
indulging
she's
in it
saying
anymore?
But if she's saying something that she feels, let her feel that, and then
She
just
felt
add
it. It's her feelings. But
But you dismiss the feelings,
no,
is
it's
all I'm
not
saying.
you can't dismiss. This is the thing, right?
It's the dismissal and the
This is the thing. Yeah,
disregard.
this is the
That's
thing.
the problem.
It's impossible to dismiss someone's feelings because your feelings is unique.
Your word playing. You're not about to do this. I almost want to just cut the video off right here before you even finish what you're about to say, because you're just gaslighting.
To only you. It's your feelings. No one knows how you feel. I'm not. Listen. No, time out. I'm not a mind reader. You're not a mind reader. No one knows how anyone feels. So guess what? Instead
So
of
when you
indulging,
tell me, and if I say I don't give a damn, I'm dismissing them. The power is on me to dismiss your feeling. You can feel any way you want to feel, but I can say I don't give a damn about it, and then that's me dismissing how you feel. So the dismissal is not on how you feel; it's on me. Why are you playing with the words?
in someone's feelings where I may not even understand or even know their feelings, how do you actually give good, genuine advice? Okay, that's your feelings. Cool, fine and dandy. But guess what? Here's a perspective about the situation.
I agree.
And that's what I did. I never, in that video,
No, that's not what you did.
In the video, I never once said anything that, oh, how you're feeling is wrong. I said,
That's literally what you said. Why do you think I did the response video? Literally, that's what you did.
We could watch the video again. I never said her feelings was wrong.
You didn't say it, but that is what you said. She told you how she felt, and you said, how dare you feel that way? And now you're doubling down on it because you're saying it's facts over feelings. What are we doing here, Cooley?
Enough. Yeah, I gotta go. But what I'm saying is, I am just here to give you insight on when a woman is talking about her childhood and is trauma there. Just give it a little bit more.
Yeah, yeah, I did that, and she thanked me after the podcast.
What you want to do? Because I'm not going to tell you what
pandering
you should do.
to women. Yeah, look.
What you want to do?
That's called pandering to women.
I don't tell people what they should do. I'm just offering an option. If you want it.
How about this? I'll offer you an option. Here's an option for yourself because I already see your worldview. I used to think like you when I was like 18. So here's an option for you. How about instead of you living in perceptions, how about you get your own perspective? You get your own perspective so you can see outside of yourself. How about that? How about you try that? Then you'll be able to give actually genuine advice. The reason why my podcast is growing more than these others' podcasts and you see my channel growing is because I'm intelligent. I'm not thinking about myself. I'm thinking about the bigger picture. That's why my podcast has been growing. That's just the facts.
Growing because you're an adult content creator. That's not
if I wasn't logical in my standpoint or speaking any sense, it wouldn't be growing. I could be funny, I could be doing things, and it wouldn't grow.
Big facts.
There's so many red pill space podcasts or podcasts that bring a panel of girls on and they don't grow at all. These dudes hit me up. They're like, yo, bro, how are you doing it? I'm like, I'm not even big as the big podcasts like the whatevers, the Fresh and Fit and all of these other things. I'm not as big as that. And that's not my plan at all. I'm just on here to give game. I know a little bit about something and I'm going to give that game back. So my standpoint is very simple. I don't see things in perception, right? I understand that I understand that 98 is, the CIA did studies on it. It's a fact. 98% of human beings only have a perception, meaning that they only interpretate the world.
This statistic pisses me clean the fuck off. Why aren't y'all paying me? Y'all need to be paying me, yo. Instead of shadow banning me and doing all the stuff that y'all do to me. If this statistic's true, then y'all really do know about me. Like I thought. I need to be paid for this. I'm not playing. For real, man. Like, seriously.
Around them, which is very unique to them. A perspective is the art of observing the world
because
from
if
outside.
it's only 2%, then there's levels within that 2%. Yo, y'all need to be paying me for this. Y'all need to be paying
of yourself. That gives you the ability to be perspicacious, a word that Andrew Tate always says. Maybe you may not like him, but it's being perspicacious, being aware. How else can you be aware of not just your own problems, but other people's problems in the world? So how I don't have depression or anxiety or anything like that, right? And most of the people that I coach them through depression and anxiety. One of the ways on how I do that is very simple, is perception versus perspective. The reason why they have depression and anxiety and they think that their life isn't going too good, like that stripper on my podcast where she couldn't take accountability, she was blaming it on her father, is because she's living in her perception. She's thinking that the way she views the world is the reality. She doesn't know that, wait, that's only your reality. But guess what? There's actually a reality, and that's a perspective. That's the art of observing the world that's outside of yourself. You get what I'm saying? So
David,
that's where it's all streamed from.
I'm agreeing with you. For the 1,000th time, even in the response video, I said I agree with you.
Yeah, but you didn't really like how I said it.
That wasn't my disagreement. I was very clear about mine. You didn't even acknowledge the fact that this guy might been a piece of shit dad, and just because he was working doesn't mean that he's not one. It's a lot of guys who fall under the same category you talking about. The mom's a stay-at-home mom, and he is abusive physically. Like, it's examples of dudes being pieces of shit and working and providing. So that was my disagreement. Like, I don't know what Aaron's was. I don't give a damn how you said it. That ain't even, I don't give a damn. It's that you said it.
Yo, that's not a...
Like 2 + 2 is always 4, but if we're not talking math, you blurting that out. It's like, why are you saying that?
About how you said it. I'm letting you know it's a specific thing that was there. If you want to change it, you can. If you don't want to change it, I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm just as another content creator that likes your content, I'm just letting you know that when a person is talking about their childhood trauma, give them a little grace. That is it. And if you don't want to, I don't care.
Oh yeah, no, and I
gotta go.
I did give her grace. I did give her grace, but I'll let you go.
Remember, hold on. Remember,
yo, give your last thoughts.
Okay. Hopefully you gave her grace, but in that clip, you got to remember, people see things in clips, and you had a whole podcast, right? And sometimes somebody can see a clip, and what you were trying to convey wasn't in that particular clip. So
what I was trying to convey was perspective versus perception. And I did it clear.
I get it. But you dismiss her feelings, and that's it. And
that's totally fine. Yeah. I didn't dismiss her feelings. I didn't acknowledge it. Not acknowledging something, and it's not even in the full podcast. I did.
Honestly, I don't even care about the feelings. I'm talking about the reality of her dad as a person. We don't know what he is or wasn't.
I did acknowledge it.
Oh, you did.
In the full podcast, it was acknowledged.
Yeah. But I gotta go. What you was about to say? Though?
I was gonna say, give your you just give your any links or anything you want to shout out to the viewers right now, and that'll be all. I just want to give you the light to go ahead and say your last piece, and anything you got going on that you want to shout out, go ahead and shout it out to the audience. Maybe they want to follow you on certain platforms. Go ahead, bro.
All right, that's what's up. So a lot of you already know Mr. LetGo on YouTube, because some of y'all already see me all over YouTube already. So y'all know where to find me. I'm also Mr. LetGo on Facebook, because the YouTube community is one thing, but Facebook is a totally different community. And I want to ask you, you got off of Facebook. Facebook is a huge money maker also, just so you know that. But yeah, so since we're on YouTube, Follow me on Mr. Let Go on Facebook. So that's really it. And of course, I got my Deeper Discussions card game and my new t-shirt line, Family Empowerment, God, Husband, Wife, Child, is all in my links on Instagram or either on YouTube or on Facebook. And that's really all I got. And appreciate you having me on, bro. And if you wanted to have me out in Pennsylvania, whatever, let me know. We'll work that out too. You're a dope dude, bro.
Glad to have you on a podcast. You're welcome anytime. We could have this debate in a more face-to-face, lengthy topic or anything else. Maybe you have a disagreement or a point of contention with. Yeah, I'm in Easton, Pennsylvania. That's where my studio is based. You're welcome on anytime. Appreciate you for coming on too. Other than that, I got some. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Everybody's saying Kevin Samuels is the GOAT. I agree with y'all. I was wrong. Okay. A lot of people are saying, and this is one of the other issues on YouTube, the Kevin Samuels thing, right? I was not against Kevin Samuels. I was not against Kevin Samuels. But the thing about it is, just like I critiqued David, I critiqued Kevin.
I never seen the video he even did.
And I think one of the issues that we have as Black people is like, especially on YouTube, we can critique women all day long. They could be 304s and all this other stuff. But whenever a man critiques another man, it turns into, oh, you're against this or you're against that. Maybe you're against the red pill stuff. And I'm not in the red pill mess. I don't do all that, right? So the thing about it is, let's be a little open-minded when a man is correcting or critiquing another man, because we love doing it with women. But when a man holds another man accountable, he's automatically the enemy. I think we have to be more of a community and hold everybody accountable. Because like I said, that's the only video that I've ever seen from you that I had a problem with. And it's okay. And it was one video that I've seen from Kevin Samuels that I had a problem with. And I'm all of a sudden the worst man on the planet. Yeah, we gotta hold everybody accountable and not just women. You feel me?
Yeah, got you. So yeah, that's not my perception or perspective of it at all. I told you when you created that, when people start reacting to my videos, since my podcast has been growing, it's not just you. If I'll hit them all up. If my fans are sending it to me, I'll hit them up, say, hey, you want to do a live debate? So I do these live debates so we could have a discussion, and I can challenge your perspective and you can challenge mine, and we can see, be entertaining. We had I think like almost 1,000 people watching live at one point, which is pretty good. I guess they really like this debate. So once again, man, I appreciate you for coming on. I'm going to go ahead, and you could go ahead and get off whenever you want. I'm going to go ahead and read these last super chats, stay on with my audience for a little bit. But other than that, man, appreciate you, dog.
All right, bro. And shout out to Kevin Samuels, damn it. God damn. I did one video about the man. I agree with the man.
Shout out to, it's funny that I started my video off with Kevin, because they finished it off with Kevin. Hit the subscribe button. I'm about to chop this up sooner or later.